some and reintroduce to others. And if you guys would just stand to your feet, because if you don't get recognized at your own job, always accept Mr. Lee Davis. And just give this wonderful trailblazer hand to Dr.
All right, this will help with my indoor voice. Before I get started, I have to give it back to Ms. Queen-Sika. She is such a blessing in my life as a Matrix partner. She is exceptional, just here week after week, generously giving to make us all better, whether we are directly benefiting on her team or if she's our sideline, upline. She's so consistently magnificent. So thank you. Welcome to all of you for coming in out of the rain and making your commitment to grow with the Matrix Group. I say again, sincerely, I'm a blessed woman. I am blessed because I'm the mother of 2 extraordinary children, at least most days. And I also am owner of a very special business. It's one that integrates my spa with my dermatology practice. And I've been practicing dermatology for over 20 years. I have 20,000 patients to my credit, and I'm really proud of them. Many of them you know, maybe some of them have actually will be on the Oscars tonight because they're often on the big screen, the small screen, and in the sports stadium. My 16-year-old gets the biggest kick out of the ones that are in the sports stadium. But the one thing I might say about some of those celebrities, that they haven't guaranteed my financial future. And that's in a real way that they haven't. I, like you, was impacted by 2008. It really turned my industry, medicine, upside down. We had never seen such an impact in terms of patients' co-pays and their deductibles and insurance reimbursements, and as elective physicians, discretionary money. So 2008 left me very vulnerable financially. But that didn't deter me because I have purpose in my life to keep my practice open and more so to feed my children. So that vulnerability left me very open-minded to really embrace a project that could give me what I didn't have at that time, and that was financial security. So if I would be quite honest, on behalf of your hosts and hostesses, that's why you're here as guests, because they wanted you to see what I saw a little over a year and a half ago, right? They wanted you to embrace the same opportunity that I embraced to change my financial future and to make me a better person in terms of personal development, and to meet all of you to build a community and change the world. So let's get started to see if you can find the same value that all of the business owners have. Welcome. All right, so our company is ACN, All Communication Network. We have been around for 21 years. And we're not just a national company, we're an international company. 4 continents, 24 countries. By the end of this year, we will be $1 billion in annual revenues. And how do we do that? By serving millions of customers, because we're the largest direct seller of telecommunications. That's your telephones, yes, that's your televisions, energy, which is super exciting. We're in the midst of deregulation with gas and electricity and other essential services. And although we've been around for 21 years, we're at the ground level, and so that creates a huge opportunity for you to prosper. Next slide. Well, in terms of validation, well, if you were going to validate a doctor, and we have a very esteemed doctor, Dr. Matsy in our group, that has 15 dialysis centers across the nation. If you were going to validate him, well, what you would do is call the American Medical Association. You would look in some of the journals that he's published. Similarly, when you're looking at our company and you want to validate it, then you may want to look at some of these periodicals, some of these journals, like the Wall Street Journal. I know you've heard of that. Or Success from Home, one of our esteemed leaders was featured there in August, and that same esteemed leader was also featured on the Celebrity Apprentice both in 2009 and 2011. Next slide. This is our headquarters. About, I think a week or two ago, we took an amazing field trip there where we saw the 3 acres where our totally paid for facility is in North Carolina. And I think what's special about something that is solvent, I know as homeowners, many of us are those, but how many of us have our homes paid for? Yeah? So when something is paid for, then we can do great things. In terms of our company, we can give back to our customers, we can do great things for our business owners because our home is solvent. And not only do we have headquarters in North Carolina, we literally across the world. Our newest headquarters is in Mexico. Another huge opportunity as we parlay our relationships with our Latin American friends and family and colleagues. Next slide. So, what do? We broker essential services. Yes, I'm talking about getting paid on that cell phone call, that text, taking a hot shower, or cooking a hot meal. As simple as that. That's what we do, is broker essential services at a discounted price. So let's look at what some of those services, as I've mentioned, there are land phones, our cell phones, our gas and electricity. What really got me, what drew me in, many people don't think of medicine as a business, it absolutely is. I swiped in a bad year $500,000 in credit cards, and to do that, I paid Bank of America about $10,000 a year. So when the opportunity came to me that I could pay less than that $10,000 a year and get 10% back, I was all in. So you may not be a business owner, but certainly you patronize your favorite hair salon, your favorite barber, your favorite restaurant. All of them can be your customers, or you can partner in their business. We also broker high-speed internet and technical support. So for those of you who are not so savvy with your computer, there are personal options and options to broker those services. Next slide. Well, when we talk about a company that's solvent like ours, again, there are good backs to our customers, and one of those is free. When we become a business owner, and we are supported by 5 friends, family, or colleagues that, let's say, purchase their telephone or land phone through us, then our land phone is free. Next slide. In addition to that, we also can give free back to our customers. If we have a supportive customer that for some reason opts not to be in our business and they refer 5 customers to us, then again, their service is free. Free is great. Now, our company is exceptional in terms of philanthropy. Again, we were in North Carolina. What we basically did is pass the bucket through 22,000 business owners and came up with over $70,000 in proceeds that was given to the Ronald McDonald House. And we do that, yes, we do that quarterly, and oftentimes over $100,000. Last year, we partnered with Let's Play for Food. And that really was to address the epidemic of hungry children in our community, in our backyards, in Harlem and in Compton. And what our goal at the top of 2014 was to feed 1 million kids. We were going to feed 1 million kids in 12 months. We did it in less than 11 months. And that really shows the philanthropy of our company. And many of you are making a decision today whether to partner with us or some other company. I would look at what we do for others year in, year out to help in that decision making. Next slide. Now, what makes DirecTV, Dish Network, AT&T, Verizon, look at ACN as a credible partner? Well, you know what? It's probably the economics of it and the consistency, the legitimacy of our company. We're cutting out the middleman. You know, in the Oscars tonight, there are $1 million commercials in between the taping of the Oscars. If you eliminate that, what could that $1 million do or become in savings to our customers or as givebacks to business owners? Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Well, There is a very special woman in all of our lives, special to me because I met her, oh goodness, maybe 30 some odd years ago. She was my mentee at that time, and now it's all reversed. She's become my mentor. She came back into my life a little over a year ago and introduced this project to me. She is selfless in all that she does. She has a beautiful little boy that I saw somewhere in the back of the room, a preteen, and as a mother, she moved from Phoenix to Los Angeles to lead this group, and she overrides this room, and this is just a small representation of how big this room is and how much money is made in this room. She is a great friend, and she is a great, great, great leader. Do I see? Okay. All right. Well, I think in addition to that great friend and leader, I now will introduce another great friend and leader who happens to be the male counterpart exactly. When I came into the business, he was the one who really taught me to get in front of the room, and he always has all of the answers and is equally generous. He has a son that he parents, but he also parents hundreds of other African American men in this community. So without further ado, I'm going to ask you all to stand to your feet and welcome Mr. Elijah Hall.
She's doing an amazing job. Outstanding. So actually, the beautiful thing about what she just mentioned about Ms. Frierson is you're going to have the privilege of hearing from her in a little bit. And I love being able to introduce her. As far as what she's done in the community and what she's done for her family, just powerful. But I mean, when I think about Dr. Glenn, when I think about her clientele, when I think about who she is as an individual, as a powerful woman, I mean, even if I say as a powerful African-American female, her connecting with us and seeing the vision of what we're doing and where we're going and the lives that we're changing is extremely extraordinary. So please give her a round of applause. So it's okay, I'm gonna get a little comfortable, is that okay? Yeah. All right, I just want to make sure it's okay with you guys. So here's what's happening, okay? My story is very simple. And in explaining what we do, we're going to talk about money. Is it okay that we talk about money? Yes. Okay, I didn't get the whole room. Yeah. So I'm going to ask this question again, but I'm going to ask you a little different. Because I was raised by amazing parents, okay? My mom and my dad not only raised myself, my brother, my sister, but then they also gave back by right now they adopted 5 more kids. Okay, they love giving back. I don't know if it was empty nest syndrome or what it was, but I mean, bringing 5 more. And so, in understanding my journey of my parents, and a lot of things I learned from them, I learned a lot of working class principles. But it wasn't until I connected with other individuals that I was able to learn wealth principles. And I had certain philosophies of, you know, more money, more problems, you know, things like that. And when I was able to actually look at it and say, okay, well, I'd rather have the problems that come with wealth than the problems that come with poverty, maybe I need to rethink some of the things that I was, the philosophies that I had in the past. So if you ever read the book Rich Dad Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki, and you understand the differences in what you're able to learn from wealth principles, they're all simple. And the beautiful thing about this encompasses all the wealth principles. If you're thinking about work smarter instead of harder, let your money work for you instead of you work for money. I always loved those philosophies, but until I connected with this particular group, I never really understood how to get those in my life, how to apply those in my life. I heard them, they sounded amazing, actually, they sounded sexy, if I can be real, but I never really knew how to actually get those into my life until I connected with this group about 2.5 years ago. So, in understanding where we're going and talk about money, the reason I want to make sure it's okay is because there's a big difference between saying, okay, well, you know what? I want to make money just for me because my success is another thing to say, you know what? I'm able to give what I have. I can't give what I don't have. So if I'm looking to impact more people in the community, if I'm looking to help people in my church, people in my home, my parents, my kids, my grandkids, then if I had more money, then I may be able to do more with that. So it's a different way of thinking. So let me just ask that quick question again. Is it okay if we have a conversation about money right now?
Yes.
Okay. So understanding this direction of where we're going, my story is simple. I mean, I was overworked, underpaid. I worked 60, 70 hours a week, on-call weekends in corporate America. I literally ran operations for a company that the owners of that company owned the Baltimore Ravens. So I made them millions of dollars. So in understanding that, about 9 years of working for that company paid vacation, stock options, all the things that we look for in a company, they actually let me go so they could hire someone else they could pay less money to. Now, a mentor of mine who's actually connected with us in this project, he wrote a song that many of you may have heard of called Man in the Mirror. And one of the things that he said was, he said, Elisha, what you did was you priced yourself out of your job. And it wasn't until then I actually I really understood what that meant. In the sense that I worked hard in order to get where I was going, but they could hire someone else they could pay less money to just to maintain the empire that was already built. Does that make sense? Because when you think about corporate America, if you're excelling in what you do, and if you're actually hitting bonuses, you're working your way up the corporate ladder, the people above you, their job is threatened. Because their goal is to keep you below them unless they either retire or they get promoted, right? So in that sense, if we identify this as far as being able to make money, the beautiful thing is this. Let me ask you two questions. Who in here likes to make a difference? Raise your hand. Who in here likes the idea of making money while making a difference? See, and that's the beautiful part about this. This is a self-development course with an amazing compensation plan. Because when we think about being able to dive into every aspect of where we want to go in life, the road to success is about, when we go through this, it's just ridiculous. When you think about the journey, and I'm going to go through it quickly, because the reason that we're here tonight, it will say in the last box, is about training. That's the reason we're here tonight. So if this makes sense to you, then you want to get more information as far as the training. This is the what, and you'll actually understand the how. Is that fair enough? Yes. All right, perfect. So when you look at this, Dr. Glenn did an amazing job going through the documentation. But when you look at the idea that you're able to get paid like a royalty, who in here understands that Beyonce's still getting paid right now on the single she made with Destiny Child in the 90s? Yeah. Get that? Yeah. Okay. So in the sense, who likes the idea of getting paid like a rock star? Are you okay with that? All right, perfect. So you're basically getting paid up to 10% on bills that you already have. Let's just say this, 10% on bills that you already have. The reason I love that is because you're talking about things that you can't pay off and you have to pay every single month. So you're telling me if I tap into something that I'm already spending money on, I don't have to take any extra money out of my pocket. Oh, and my friends love this. I don't have to ask them for more money out of their pocket. They can still support me as far as my dreams and where I'm going. So if I had one question, and I said, your name one more time? Jovita Jenkins. Miss Jenkins, if let's say hypothetically we've known each other for let's say 5 years, and I said, Miss Jenkins, you know where I wanted to go in life. You know my parents, they have huge hearts, but they're not in a position to retire. They're gonna have to go back to work. And so I wanna be able to retire my parents, not being an actor or a ball player, I still wanna be able to make sure that I can buy them a house. That's a dream I've always had since I was a kid. And so being able to do that, I finally found a vehicle that can help me in that direction. And if I can help you save money on a bill that you're already paying, so there's no extra money out of your pocket, no additional cost or commitment, big name brand services that you're already used to, then would you do me a huge favor as a friend of 5 years and try one of my services? Maybe? Okay, that's all right. I get that, no worries. Because think about it, in business you get all sorts of different answers, right? Of course, of course. Ms. Jenkins, what company do you have for your TV service?
Time Warner.
Time Warner Cable? Okay, so if you were able to still keep Time Warner Cable, and you're actually paying a little bit less money than you're paying now, and instead of supporting the CEO of Time Warner Cable who you don't know, you could support me, who's a friend of 5 years that you do know, then would you do me a favor and try one of my services?
I might.
You might. So you like the owner of Time Warner Cable more than you like me?
No, but I haven't heard your whole pitch yet.
That's my pitch. That's it.
Is it cheaper?
Yeah. Well, think about this.
Cheaper.
Think about this.
The same company.
Think about this. My people support me because they love me, right? Yeah. So, Ms. Jenkins, what if the service costs exactly the same? Because you're supporting someone that you know in the community. And this is the beautiful thing. Understand this. This is the beautiful thing about understanding where we're going as a people and where we're going in the direction of taking back our communities and taking back our lives. This is where it starts. Because when you think about, see, a lot of times we look to identify certain people groups. It's as if they're born to support each other, right? Where I have people within my organization that do this all day long, where you're talking about hundreds and hundreds of customers. See, in all honesty, I'm going to show you how to create leverage, where it's not all about the work that you put in. Because I had no interest myself in getting thousands of customers. But in my organization, I get paid off of thousands of customers. And I'll show you how that works. But the beautiful thing is just simple conversations like that, that conversation literally took about 1 minute and 30 seconds. On average, it takes about a minute. Because most people understand the idea of support or saving money on bills they're already paying, right? Yeah. Exactly. And once we get deeper into it and we have a longer conversation with Ms. Jenkins, and she's going to see the value, right? And then we'll be on the same page, okay? So in understanding that, think about this. Some people get caught up in the what's that dash mean? What's that up to 10%? What's that mean? Here's what I get. How much, if you haven't partnered up with us right now, how much are you getting paid on your bills right now? 0. Exactly. I was excited that I was like, are you kidding me? I can get paid? Even if it was like exactly 80% on a bill that I already had. That just made sense to me. And I was adding up in my head. I was like, I'm paying bills for how many years now? And I'm gonna still pay bills for how many years? Okay, so why didn't somebody tell me about this 10 years ago? That's what I was thinking. Because I understood that if I added up 10% on all the bills that I had paid over the last several years, that added up to a lot of money.
So do you tell me that if I switch from my mobile to you guys, I'll get it cheaper?
That's a great question. What's your name?
Frederick.
Frederick. Absolutely. King Frederick. King Frederick. That's a great question. What I'm going to do is I'm going to answer that question in another example. But if you guys can hold your questions to the end, just out of respect, because we're going to go through this quickly. But that is a great question. So in understanding the way that we're able to tap into this is even when it comes to cell phones. If I'm going to use a cell phone anyway, I might as well just get paid off my own, right? That's really see, there's a lot of nuances. And some people, we can get caught up in the, oh, let me know about this, let me know about this. Most people don't even know what a term rate is when it comes to gas or a kilowatt or whatever it is, right? But then when you start talking about money, sometimes people want to become professionals, right? Oh, well, tell me about this rate. Tell me about that. Most people are on, they're on auto pay. They don't even get their bill in the mail anymore, right? It's like paperless. You get that? So when you understand that way of doing business, it's like, okay, so this is something that I'm still gonna pay and I can get paid on. This is a way to not overcomplicate the simple. And so I have a friend of mine, he has Verizon Wireless, right? So on Verizon Wireless, the most expensive plan, or the pretty much almost unlimited plan, is like $120 a month. If you include taxes and all that stuff, it's like $130, $140. So if you think it's $120 a month, I said, okay, well, check this out. Go look at my website, and you can actually look and see that you're saying through Verizon, through the Verizon towers, you're going to get a bill that's actually $59 a month instead of $120 a month. You're able to keep your phone number, you're able to keep your phone, and you cut your bill in half. He was like, are you serious? I was like, absolutely, take a look at it. It's right there. And that just made sense to him. So when you understand that it's competitive, but then you're also able to make money on bills you already have, business owners usually get this quicker than anybody else. That's why Dr. Glenn joined us, and it just makes so much sense to her. So as we dive into the next portion, that's the first way of getting paid, which is your own personal residual income. There's 3 ways total. Next slide. The next way to get paid is you look at overriding residual income. So here's the beautiful thing about overriding residual. J. Paul Getty said, I'd rather have 1% of 100 people's efforts instead of 100% of my own. Think about this. How many hours are in a day? 24 hours, right? So if you went with no sleep, you could only max out your own personal efforts of working 24 hours in one day, right? Is that fair enough? Yeah. Now let's say if you had an organization and you had, let's say, a team of 100 people. You go, I don't know, what do you like to do in your spare time? Run? Okay, you go run. You run a marathon or a half marathon, whatever you like to do, right? I didn't write that. Where are you running to? No, I used to run. No, that's awesome. I love that. So let's say you just go run for the day, but you have an organization of 100 people. They all work 1 hour while you're out running. So you get back from your run with a check that looks like you worked 100 hours. That's what J. Paul Getty does. 1% of 100 people's effort instead of 100% of my own. That just made sense to me. Another wealth principle. See, wealth principles are simple because the average multimillionaire, actually not even that, but 70% of millionaires didn't graduate from high school or college. And the beautiful thing about that is saying, okay, well, if that's true, I mean, I probably should have, left in high school and just been like, let me get out of here so I can make some more money. But in the sense of what we're doing, think about this. Let's say if this multiplies out in a 2 showing 2 model, because 1 times 1 times 1 all the way down, there's no growth, there's no multiplication. Okay? So 2 showing 2 model, 2 times 2 is 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. So the beautiful thing about this is, as this builds out, let's read the example. Next slide. Let's say assuming each IBO, which stands for independent business owner, acquires customers totaling 20 services with an average monthly bill of $40 a month. Now, who here in their household has average bills monthly that are usually about $40 a month? Nobody, right? No. It's not a realistic example because our average bills are usually what, 100, 400? So as a conservative example, this right here, you're looking at just 2 showing 2, and you're creating extra income on a residual royalty basis of $11,000 a month. Yeah, we got one person that gets it. See, because the power of this vehicle is something that you're looking at because you're going to be doing this anyway. These are things that we're all doing anyway. We have business owners that are using credit cards anyway. We're using cell phones and we're using internet anyway. So in this model, think about this. The beautiful thing about growth and about math is that numbers are numbers. So if instead of a $40 a month bill, if your bills are more like 400, you have to add a 0 to that. If you add a 0 to that means you have to add a 0 to this. Okay? But here's the thing you have to understand about this, is that even if you get this system 50% wrong, who's okay with $5,500 in your bank account? Okay? I mean, think about this. Mr. Nelson, actually the gentleman that's heading up the training today, if you just brought him into your business, you just acquired a handful of customers, but you were intelligent enough to sponsor him into your organization, and he did all the work. Out of what he's created, you'd be making a consistent about $10,000 to $12,000 a month off of his efforts. That's what J. Paul Getty makes, as far as creating leverage. See, most of us are used to salary, hourly, or commission. That's all we're used to. Those of us that are business owners in here, that we understand what it is to be the last one to get paid, right? You're paying, you got payroll, you got all these other people you're paying for. You got expenses, but you're the last one to get paid. So in this business model, you create the most success by helping other people create success. And that's just a 2 showing 2 model. What if you showed 3? What if you showed 4? It just multiplies. That means numbers just get bigger. So from here, go to the next slide. A lot of people will say, okay, well, how is it that you actually get started with this program? How can I get started? Okay, this made a lot of sense. Either way, I need to understand a little bit more about this process. All right, so you're talking about, as Dr. Glenn mentioned, how we have that solvent, paid off corporate office in Charlotte, North Carolina, and all those other corporate offices around the world. Then you're talking about all of that, 3,000 employees working for us on your behalf. You don't have to pay payroll on. Marketing, we have 5 former attorney generals that work with us. And it literally right here in the United States, 1 in Australia, and 1 in Europe. And you're also talking about a website that's updating consistently for you. So if you ask me right now, what are the rates and the promotions right now for Time Warner Cable or for DirecTV, I have no idea. My goal is to be an expert in that. I have a lot of stuff going on, I'm busy. But guess what? My website has it updated. We can go to my website together and I can set you up as a customer. Save you money on a bill that you're already paying. And all of that is done worldwide in whatever language I want to set it up in. And the beautiful thing is, I can do that from any beach in the world. So you're talking about all of that, and instead of let's say $300,000 for Quiznos, or $500,000 for a Subway, or 1.5 for a McDonald's, I only paid $499 for a multi-million-dollar business that already pays my mom in 3 different languages in 3 different currencies. So if you understand, even from a business standpoint, if you understand the idea of creating a 1099 type income, where you're talking about now that you're a business owner, you're already getting a lot more tax write-off than the average person anyway. I mean, this is tax season, right? The funny thing is, I know a lot of people that have already done their taxes at the beginning of the month, the beginning like January, they're already doing their taxes because they wanted to get that tax return. Most business owners are waiting till April. Exactly. They want, he knows the exact number because they want to max out those tax returns. They want to get as much back 1% as possible. They know exactly how to do it because the tax laws in the United States were built for business owners. So even if you get anything else out of this, it's like I could use stuff in my household as a tax write-off, and I could get more of my tax return than I ever had in life. That's just a beautiful conversation. And I happen to get 1 or 2 people in this room and connect them with another amazing individual like Sika, like Dr. Wynn, like some of the amazing leaders in this room, and they explode and blow up without me. That just makes too much sense. Now, next slide. If you look at the fact of being able to create a residual, create a royalty, keep going, that's the beautiful thing about understanding the system. Now, this is the third way you get paid. I'm not going to spend any time here at all because in understanding that any business model is corporately earned positions. Everyone starts off in this business model as the exact same position. Now, the thing you have to understand is when we present this information, it's the same. There's no respect for persons, okay? So we did our launch in Atlanta. We brought in Serena Williams and Floyd Mayweather. They saw this project the exact same way that you're seeing it. We don't separate and say, okay, well, you're this person of this name, you know, this caliber or whatever, so we're going to do things different for you. No, they all start out the exact same. Everyone starts off as a team trainer. You might not know his name, but I'm sure you know his work. We did our launch in Texas. We brought in Jack Canfield off of Chicken Soup for the Soul. It just makes sense to him. And from here, when you start off as a team trainer, you do a few extra things, get a handful of services, and we're going to go over that in training as far as how to do that. Then basically you're looking at being promoted to the next position. Next slide, where you're a qualified team trainer. As a qualified team trainer, what that means is you're qualified to start making money. And from here, we're going to move you forward, identifying 2 people with your organization that also want to make money like you did, that either want to make or save money, because those are the only 2 things that we do. From there, ultimately, you get promoted to an ETT position. Consistently, our ETTs in general, you're making around anywhere from $1,500 to about $3,000 a month at that particular position. ETL position just means more money. The further right you move down the compensation plan, it just means more. So depending on your organization, depending on your business, I mean, I know some that actually do double that. So I'm not all that great. Per hour is a nice number. You know, see, we're talking about Richard Branson. How Richard Branson never graduated high school. He's not a very intelligent guy, but he owns everything Virgin, like Virgin Mobile, Virgin Airlines, Virgin, all that stuff, right? And we were talking because Mr. Nelson is actually being trained with him. And this guy was told by his teachers that he would either go one of 2 directions because of his personality, because of who he is. He would either end up in jail or he would end up being a millionaire. He proved his teachers wrong in both forms. He didn't go to jail, and he's a billionaire, not a millionaire. Okay? Now, in all honesty, some of you had those conversations with your teachers in school where they were like, oh, you're not going to amount to anything, or oh, you don't have the potential, or you're going to do this. The teacher said that to me too. If that's the case, I'm just saying. Because actually, it was Donald Trump who said millionaires are getting younger and younger and younger. And he also said that there's a new one created about every 10 minutes. Because as if they're too stupid to realize it's impossible. So if you have that obsessive gene, that's like the dog with a bone, that doesn't want to let go, that doesn't want to quit, that wants to keep going, is persistent, there's some beautiful things that you can do. And in this particular business model, you're talking about carving out a few hours in your week, to work full-time on your job like you do now, and to work part-time on your fortune. That's the way it works. Because a job was meant to put bread on the table and milk in the refrigerator. A job wasn't meant to buy a house. A job wasn't meant to give up. That's not the way it was. I mean, if you think about it, most households, in order to buy a house right now, you need 2 incomes. Did you realize in 2008, divorces decreased? Who here knows what happened in 2008?
Lost your job.
A lot of people lost their jobs. Yeah, the recession. I mean, all sorts of things were happening financially. So you're talking about people could not afford to get divorced. Because I mean, think about that, right? It's like financial issues kept people together. And so when you understand that way of life, you understand that way of how things work, it's like, really? Are you serious? Because I believe, in all honesty, I believe poverty is the root of all evil, right?
Oh,
I mean, that's what I think.
I think so.
Exactly. When you think about when unemployment goes up, I mean, there's actually more, there's more issues in the household as far as, battered children and battered spouses. There's more issues as far as theft. Crime goes up.
Yeah.
I mean, in all honesty, when you think about it, I believe poverty is the root of all, as opposed to, having more money. Yeah. So in the direction that we're going is really being able to, like I said before, make money while making a difference. Yeah. And so when you understand the direction that we're going as an organization, as far as the Matrix group, Matrix stands for making a team realize its expectations. And like I said, I'm not going to explain the rest of this because all this just means more money. I mean, our VP is really very paid. SVP might as well be called Superman. It's rock star money. I mean, you're talking about professional athlete with sponsors type of money. Because believe it, professional athletes without. I love speaking to an intimate crowd before because we've talked thousands in one set. That's not a good understanding. They want to be where they want to go. They just need that vehicle or that bridge to get there. That's powerful. That's huge. And that's why we're getting people that are already on that road to get there. And you can say, you know what? Let's jump on that same bandwagon together. Because it's like if I'm in a car and we're going to New York, who's going to win? Absolutely. Has nothing to do with how amazing you are. That beautiful smile. I mean, it has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do with the vehicle that you're in, right? Exactly. So if you jump on that same vehicle, then you're going to get to New York faster too, right? But there are some people that choose to ride a bike. There are some people that choose to walk. They're going to get there too. It's just going to take a lot longer. It's going to be a lot more painful. Some of you guys know people that are having those painful journeys like that. Some of you have been there. So now it's a matter of the person that brought you in here today loves you and has so much respect for you that they wanted to see something amazing happen. And so with that said, we're literally talking about, right now, I like to call it a golden ticket. You can actually go to the next slide. Actually go to the last slide. When you look at box number 10, it talks about the single most important thing is training. And we have two beautiful individuals that are passing out the golden ticket right now. Because when you think about the direction that you're going, the single most important thing that you can do as an individual is make a decision. See, there's a decision to do something, there's a decision not to do something. Indecision is also a decision. But the most important thing, because we only do two things. Some people decide to save money, some people decide to make money. And from there, it's just a matter of which one you choose to be. Because the beautiful thing about this is understanding training, and that's why we're here. The training that's going to happen today, the people that decide not to be in this room today because it was raining and they didn't want to get out of the bed, they didn't want to get out of their slippers, get off the couch. You're talking about being ahead of them by at least 3 months within how we drive our businesses because of the training that they're going to get today. Because you made a decision to step outside of your comfort zone, to come out to an event where maybe you didn't have all the information, maybe you did. Maybe you wanted to connect with a person. Maybe that person just said, hey, I want a date with you if you come. I have no idea. But the beautiful thing is you are literally in a position to be ahead of the people that chose not to be here because of what we're doing today. I mean, thinking about, I won't even go into that. I won't even go into that. So I will say this, when it comes to filling out the information as far as the application, once you choose which one you are, there's 3 types of people. There are the types of people that say, you know what? This made too much sense. As Dr. Glenn talked about the credibility and you can get paid on stuff we're already paying, I was already in. If you're that type of person, you're a number 1, then that's awesome. We want to welcome you to the city. If you're a number 2, where you say, you know what? I have questions. I have a lot of questions. You can answer those questions, then you have a business partner. If you can truly answer those questions and show me how to get some of these things out of my way, and I have a busy schedule and all these things that are going on, then you got a partner. All right? Then stick around. That's one of the reasons for the training. So that way you can have all of your questions answered. And then number 3 says, you know what? I don't care what you got going on. You know, I've been to all sorts of different things like this. I mean, okay, I like paying my bills. I don't get it as far as, you know, making money on bills. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I want to be a part of it. I don't like these rah-rah sessions. I don't like these conversations. I just don't want to be a part of it. That's awesome. Like I said, the most important thing is to make a decision. We still love and respect you enough to say, you know what? Maybe you might want to save money on a bill that you're already paying. If that's the case, then see how you can support the person that invited you out and save money on a bill that you have. And so choose one. Choose being a 1, 2, or 3. And I want to welcome the ones to the team. Go ahead and fill out the application. You can actually start at the top with your name and everything. And as far as the address, I will say this, as far as the address portion, you know, you can fill that out. Where you want your check sent to. If you want them sent to my house, put my address there, I can give you that information. Yeah. You don't want to send to my house? You want the checks to go to my house? Okay, all right. So, but the beautiful thing is, make a decision, fill that out, give it to the person that invited you out. But we're going to actually break for how long? We're going to break for 15 minutes. We're going to give you time to be able to fill that out, and we're going to be available to answer any questions. We have several leaders in the room to be able to make that happen, and then we're going to dive directly into the training. So we're going to play some music, and we'll thank everyone for coming out and welcome the new business partners to the team.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be returning in 15 minutes. Thank you for watching.
You know, my family from Jamaica, I just wanted freedom. That's the reason why my family came here, was for the American dream of being able to do what we wanted, when we wanted. And now that's what makes it give me. That's the opportunity I have now. And when I saw the presentation, within 10 minutes, I said, did they just say what I think they just said? And I found myself leaning forward. And I found myself really thinking, like, what if this was as big as they said it was? And what if this thing called residual income is real? What if I could get paid in like 2020 for what I did in 2005? And I just got on board because to me, here's all of that. You know, I'm sitting here at my company and working 60, 70, sometimes 80 hours a week to generate a number. In ACN, I'm working 10 to 15 hours a week to generate the same number. Well, you know, I'm not a math wizard, but I put two and two together and said, well, if I put more time over here, then I obviously do better than what I was generating over there. I wasn't thinking about necessarily trying to get rich. I knew that if I could replace the same income I was generating full-time in this business, I'd get my 41. I got in, I didn't look to the left and look to the right. I just ran as fast as I possibly could. And it was nothing more than the system. Every person in our company was a part of the system. And here's the thing about a system makes talent irrelevant. It doesn't matter how much talent you have. If you can follow a system, you can be successful in the model. They told me how to build my business. They told me how to acquire a customer base. They told me how to teach people the business. They had a support center in case I didn't have the answers, people would get the answers. That means that the most seasoned veteran in this industry or the person who's just getting started, you're starting at that level playing field. As long as you can duplicate what's already in place, anyone can win in this company. You know, we're not a product-driven company. These are services that people already have. They're already paying. You pay your cell phone bill, for instance, thoughtlessly every month. You pay your energy bill thoughtlessly every month. Someone gets paid from that, or some entity gets paid from that every 30 days. What we're simply saying is, what if you could create a business for yourself, maybe small at first, where you became that entity? It's so logical. It's so obvious. Like, what we do is so obvious. Getting paid on services that people must pay for the rest of their lives. And I love the fact that I get to work with the people I actually like. And these are my friends. We've created a team of people that there's something common with all of us. We all want more. We want to do more. We want to be more. We want to have more. And we want to help other people be, do, and have more as well. The great thing for me is the people that we've been able to help along the way. I love seeing for sale signs come out of the yard. You know, I love seeing a stay-at-home mom who wasn't a stay-at-home mom before she started in the business. So to be able to see people gain their lives back, you realize that a lot of people think that's all about money, but it's actually not. It's about quality of life. And our team is really focused in on helping people develop an amazing quality of life.
Outstanding, exactly. Quality of life. That's it. That's what this is all about. So, what I'd like to do, if we could turn this mic up just a little bit, and I would like to invite to the front of the room a few people to just understand and share why it is that they connected with our organization, with our particular group. And I was having a conversation with someone earlier, and you understand there are some restaurants in life that we've been to that, you know, they do extremely well, right? And then there are some restaurants that go out of business. They don't make any money, right? So what separates the two? Why is it that there's some businesses that make money and some that don't? And it's because of the caliber of the people. It's because of the customer service and who they are and who we are as an organization. And so I want you to hear a few testimonials of some of the people in this room as to why it is they connected with us and the direction that we're going as an organization. So if I could first invite them to the front of the room, an amazing couple that are executives within our particular project. She's eyeballing me right now. She knows I'm going to call her up here. So please welcome to the front of the room with a big applause, Rod and Sandra Wellington.
Men first. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sandra A. Wellington, and this is my better half, Rod Wellington. We came into this business on July 1st of 2014, so we've been in business now for about 8 months. I'm forever grateful for a phone call that was made from a dear friend of mine who is Dr. Marcia Glenn. I remember the day very well that I went to the first PBR because, as many of you know, my why for being in this business is that I lost my only son to a bullet. He was a senior in law school, about to graduate, and I remember that day because it was his birthday. And I was looking for something to do. I didn't want to be home that day. And Marcia gave me a call, and Marcia said, Sandra, I have a wonderful business. I want you to come take a look at it. It's like, what time should I be there? And I was there. I met the most remarkable people that day. Mr. Byron Nelson, who is our coach and our mentor. And I gave my husband a call, and I said, Rod, I want you to come down here. Dr. Glenn has an opportunity that I'm really excited about. We had been actually praying for an internet business. And this came up, and we had no idea what internet business would be, but we wanted an internet business because we saw the future of business in that direction. From that day to this day, we have made it to the third level of the company. Our income in this business is around $3,500 to $5,000 a month. We are just a few points from team coordinator, which I'm so excited about. And what I'm most excited about is the team that I get a chance to work with. People like all of you in this room. And the excitement of working with you every day is quite different than the environment that I came out of in corporate America. And I love the relationships that I've built, and I'm just really excited about the Matrix team. I'm excited about ACN, and I'm excited about where we're going as a team. And I'm excited about this journey. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. How's everyone doing tonight?
Great.
All right, great. Thanks, Mr. Hall, for asking us to come up. This is, every time we get a chance to share about our experience, and what now I'm calling our experience, strength, and hope, because what ACN has done for my wife and I, it's done just that. We're experiencing an unbelievable opportunity to meet people, to work on building a team, to an unbelievable opportunity to build up the strength, as my wife had mentioned, when it happened in both of our lives was obviously the loss of our son, but also the loss of a business. And when you hear about what went on during that time, say between 2009 and 2012, it was a traumatic time for so many people. So we're one of millions of people that were dramatically impacted by the economy at that time. But you know what? We've got a great God. We have a great God.
Yeah.
And as a result of that, being able to even be able to be in a business and to be able to say that to your business partners is remarkable, because in the world we live in today, you can't even bring that up without some type of potential reprimand. But we have a wonderful becoming truly friends with those that we're working with. That's the beauty about this business. All of us that are sitting here that have been part of the Matrix Group, I think can testify that the last 6 to 7 months that we've been together have just been, it's been somewhat of a roller coaster at times, but a good time. Really. And when I say that, I'm only talking about our experiences, because the one thing that you're going to go through in this business are doing for the first time. And so in that we had that come into business, I'm looking at Mr. Chapman with his cousin, they're here, with Zachary, yes. And I gotta tell you, I just want to share this with you. You know, when we first did the PBR with Mr. Chapman, I went into to do the PBR, and right off the bat, Mr. Chapman says, I'm not interested in this kind of business. I'm not doing this kind of business. And it's exciting to see, not only did he become a part of our team, but he is suiting up and showing up every time he's being asked to. And I just got to get credit with him. And that's what happens in this business. You know, this business is a kind of opportunity that turns lives around. It saves lives. And, you know, so, I mean, the residual, all the aspects of it that we talk about that we are part of in this business are something that impacts lives, those who are close to, but the customers that we are bringing into the business. So, you know, it's an exciting time. You know, we're coming to a point where most of us now are kind of have that started 6.5, 7 months ago. I'm looking at Miss Dr. Glenn, smile, Dr. Glenn. You know, because like my wife said, we wouldn't be standing up here if it wasn't for her. So we're so grateful for her. We're so grateful we can go around the room with everyone here standing, Mr. Hall, Queen Sika, Cheryl, and just everyone, Miss Frierson. You know, when you build those kind of relationships, when you have those kind of people that are looking out for you to make sure your success is going to take place, you can't beat that. So we just welcome everybody tonight. Look at the next several months and we'll move forward with it. With the leadership we have.
One, I wanted to ask the women's empowerment team from yesterday who had that powerful run.
Yeah.
Leadership of Dr. Worthington. Just stand up. All the guys that are in the team. Okay, great. Yesterday was the launching of the women's empowerment team, and it was an incredible event, and it's going to be taking place once a month. At first, I was going to say twice a month, but once a month. Once a month, twice every other month.
TBD.
I think it's just incredibly powerful for seeing young Black women and an entrepreneurial spirit, a position, an entrepreneurial spirit to understand the power of business. And the second thing I'm going to say, and this is just closing out, all of us know Jim Rohn, yes? Jim Rohn has a CD that I recommend that everybody get, and it's called Building Your Network Marketing Business. Yep. And he starts off that CD by saying that most of us that come into this business part-time. So we're earning wages, we're trading our time for money, and nobody can ever determine the value of our time. Nobody can actually say that my time's worth $50 an hour, and hers is worth $100 an hour. But what he says is this: if we look at our time in terms of the wages, and we're doing that full time, but we're also working 5 hours a week on our fortune, eventually our fortune will overtake our wages. And that's what I see as an opportunity in this business.
There you go. Outstanding. I love that. Part-time on your job, full-time on your fortune. That's awesome.
No, part-time on your fortune, until
Part-time.
your fortune
Okay.
becomes greater than your wages.
All right. So full-time on your job, part-time on your fortune, right? And then your fortune surpasses your full-time job. I love that. That's beautiful. So here's what we're gonna do, a little coaching segment. See, when you look at their testimonial, a testimonial is pain and possibility. Did you see the pain in that conversation? Yes? Yes. Did you also see the possibility and where we're going and what they're doing right now? That's a beautiful thing, and that's why we're coming together as a family. So I want to do another testimonial. I'd love for you to be able to give another round of applause for a gentleman that comes selfishly giving his time, coming early, staying late, doing a lot of things on the technical side. This brother's doing some amazing things in life in general. So I'd like another testimonial from Robbie Coleman.
Hello, everyone.
Hello
This
there.
is Robert Coleman. Actually been involved in business since July, and I'm really excited at a team that's growing in different places, Texas, San Diego, This is part of the system. So I'm just really excited about that. I got into the business because just from past experience, my background is actually technical. I got a degree in engineering, electrical engineering, post 7 years education, and in 5 years, I quickly found out that the corporate world is not what it turned out to be. Because after 5 years, even graduating with the Dean's List, 2 promotions, I still got laid off. And it wasn't because of my performance, it's because it was the bottom line. The companies need to stay profitable. How to stay profitable? Cut employees, cut high salaries. And quickly I knew I had to make a change. So to my time, I really myself in real estate opportunities, but I need to find something that I could walk away from. I need to walk away money. And when I came across this opportunity, this is something that just completely made sense, something where I knew if I work hard one time, I can take care of my life, I can take care of my future family, my current family, me and my mom, who is my only parent that's living. It kind of goes back to when my father was living and my grandmother was living. They both got ill several years ago. And when they passed away, I didn't get a chance to spend a lot of time with them because I was working a job. And my mom, she's 77 years old, and I don't want that to be the case again, where you can't spend time with your loved ones. And this opportunity is giving me freedom, it's giving me choices. It's reinvigorated my dreams that I had when I was 22. And I'm really excited and just look forward to working with this group. This for those who are new, let's just realize you're coming to an environment of success. Not so much about the opportunity, but we need you to succeed because we need you to be an example and inspire others. Thank you.
All right, let's do, I would love to have another powerful female come to the front and explain why it is that she drives consistently from Loma Linda to connect with us. Why is that? What's so fun with the level of education? Her background as a doctor. I mean,
You get an interview at one of the top universities and you can't go there because you don't have the money for your plane ticket to go. So imagine the brain drain that we have in this country by not allowing our youth to do the amazing things that they're able to do. My purpose is to make sure that no young woman who looks like me ever has that problem. And the Matrix is allowing me to do that. I came to this organization and I have not had a business mind at all. I know how to study, I know how to do well in classes, I know how to take some exams, I know how to be a doctor, I love what I do, but I never was able to think about business until finances became a problem for me. And this environment, I mean, I walked into the door and from Mr. Nelson, he got into my head and every day he gave me a new book to read, a new seminar to watch. And he's changed my mind completely. And my day, every moment of my day is planned out. I know what I'm doing. And if I had this level of organization when I was in graduate school or medical school, I cannot imagine how amazing I would be right now. I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad to be a part of this organization, and I'm glad that you guys are here. You've joined and you've decided to show up for your own rescue, and we're here for you. So thank you.
Perfect. So, with no further ado, the reason that we're here right now, like box number 10 showed, the single most important thing about this particular business is the training. When you identify a self-development course with an amazing it'll never be satisfied going back to the way it was. And when I connected with this particular group, when I actually chose powerfully to step into the path and the life of Mr. Nelson, a gentleman that not only changed my life and the way I think, but also through that to change my bank account. How many people are okay with that? And when you understand that way of living, when you understand the idea of where you want to go in life, if you find somebody, you identify with somebody that has what you want, if you do what they did, then you'll get what they got. So I have the outstanding privilege to bring to the front of the room a man that has literally paid for the college education of over 200 students, that has helped so many people, over 100 people, reach 7 figures net income. So please stand to your feet. Give the most amazing welcome and round of applause to Mr. Byron Nelson.
How y'all doing?
Phenomenal.
Now, how you really doing?
Phenomenal.
Beautiful day, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I promise you it's better than -5. So, who do we have? Brandon, excellent. What's your name? Excellent. Tell me what you like about the business so far.
I'm looking to start very soon, but I do like I really like the motivation.
The motivation.
See, I've never been in an environment where everyone, outside of the fact that I'm American, but I've never been in an environment where everyone here is looking for success, like truly looking for success, no excuses, no breaks.
Give me a mic. That's just a hell of a testimony. I want to hear this. Everybody else hears that. I met this sister yesterday, and I just loved her spirit. Be careful.
Thank you. Would you like me to stand?
Yes, it conversation. I want to get high by myself. Everybody else getting inebriated. I'll see.
Well, I've never been in a place where, I mean, even though I've been to college and received, 2 degrees, it's just still never been in a place where people really want to become successful. Like there's people who go to school for their parents, because their parents said so. I won't lie, I did that too, the first degree. But for the second one, it's still no success yet. It's coming, but it's coming very slow. It's not coming in the way that I wanted. So I decided, Elijah, I really thank you. Like I've told you thank you like 70 times since Tuesday. But I really want to be here, and I want to find out what I can do. And I also have people that I really want to introduce to, like Dr. Harris, Dr. Glenn, you, Elijah. I do. That's awesome.
That's give her a round. You raise your hand. I like that.
Hello, I'm Frederick Smith, and I like the concept. The concept makes sense. It's logical. That's
We're going right into the training. Are you guys with me that so far? Okay, I'm gonna have everybody speak, but I'm going right into the training off of what you just heard. The first thing, let's keep holding on to it. The first thing before anything can ever happen, and this is for yourself if you're looking at it for the first time, or the people you're looking to bring to the table, and it really is a business concept more so than anything else. This is Wealth 101 at its best. It's Business 101, 102. So you're actually going back to school and getting paid to go back to school. You're getting paid to become wealthy. How many people like to just about say, okay? So this is about teaching financial literacy. It's about teaching management skills. It's about teaching how to build a conglomerate. It's how to teach you how to become a mogul. It's teaching you how to become a CEO of a company. It's shifting the mindset of you going from an employee mentality to an employer mentality. Does everybody follow me on that so far? And in that, there's a lot of things in which we have to defrag, if you will, in order to do that. Because no matter how successful a person is, if you have worked for somebody else for a period of time, and not everybody has, we have several people in here that actually own their own business, but if you work for somebody else, you've been trained with certain habits where you don't really care. I'm not gonna say you don't care, but let's just say you work for Nestle, or you work for Coors, or you work for Budweiser, or you work for Kaiser. You aren't really looking at the end result of how many people in Kaiser were saved and how many were not saved on their deathbed. You aren't really looking at the end result of the bottom line financially, whether the hospital was profitable or whether it took a loss. The only thing you care about doing is specializing in your career and making sure you get paid for it and being the best you can. Is everybody following me on that so far?
Yes.
It's amazing how when a person comes into their own business, they want to become judge and jury of every product, service, and operation application of the business.
True.
Yet they don't have the funds, finances, or resources to set their own up on a major scale. See, we go into a job mentality and we do our job. So the first thing I would encourage each one of you to do is take this on as a job for the next 2 years. Master the ins and outs, the good and the bad, the black and the white of every aspect of the business, and just understand that's part of business. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
Because if you're going in looking for a perfect business, it's not a perfect business from a logistics perspective. It's not a perfect business from a product perspective. It's a perfect business for a me perspective. Is everybody following me on that so far?
Yes.
Follow what I'm saying. Stick with me here, because I see some people's brains are churning here. Now, in that, what I'm sharing is that there is no perfect relationship that you can go into. There's no perfect man or perfect woman that you're going to marry. There's just a perfect relationship to go through hell with. There's one in which you're going to grow through. There's a lot of emotional trauma that's going to come. You bring baggage to the table. Some have come out of divorces. Some have lost children. Some have had step-ins. Everybody follow me on that? Some have gone through divorce. Some have actually gone through losing a child. Some have gone through abnormalities of when their child was born. So whether it was autism or whether it was anything else that came with the child, you didn't throw the child away and say, this child is no good, I need to get another child. Does everybody follow me on that? So you got to figure out how to create, as my father would always say, it's a very simple cliche. Lemons must be turned into lemonade.
Yeah.
So what I have found in 20 years of doing this business is that this is the most perfect business model that an average person can make extraordinary sums of income out of. This is the most perfect business model that an average person can rise to heights they never even dreamed of before. It's the most perfect business model for you to generate an obnoxious amount of money, more than you've ever made in your parents' lifetime. Not in your lifetime, in your parents' lifetime. When you can get to the point of, and we aren't even talking super filthy rich. You don't have to be super filthy rich. Not everybody wants to be super filthy rich, and that's okay. But how many people like being able to make 3, 4, 5 times the amount of money your parents made at their age right now, at this time? I mean, to be able to have abundance. We're talking about prosperity. We're talking about living a life of freedom. This is a freedom ticket. When you get caught up in the mechanics of network marketing, when you get caught up in the mechanics of emotions of other people, when you get caught up in the mechanics of what the Joneses are doing or what such and such is doing. So everybody follow me on that, and you can write that down. When you got time to talk about somebody else, you don't have enough going on in your own life.
That's right.
Be very clear about that. No other name leaves my mouth in a negative vein or about what somebody else is doing on a personal basis unless it intrudes upon my personal space.
That's right.
Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
So you want to learn how to keep it 100 business.
Yeah.
And keep your personal stuff outside the, oh my God, and you see what a life Cheryl was I go around with you know, we help people save money, and and we help people make money, and we find people that want to elevate their life, and it's a self-development program with money in it. As opposed to, she asked me, well, what is it? What it is me walk off of my job in 6 months. Are you interested? That's a different conversation. There's no ums, ands, and what it is me being able to retire my parents in the next 2 years. What it is about me being debt-free before 2015 is up, and then paying off all my family debt, changing my family tree. What it is me being able to recreate an entire dynasty, a legacy. From any bondage, any slavery, anything that shackles me mentally, physically, financially, when I want, where I want, how I want, as long as I want, without any time of that's what it is.
Yeah.
See, when your conversation gets to that point of a boiling point, when it goes, and it can literally fuel a locomotive, and it will go through the hearts of men and women because you're so convicted, not just committed, but you're convicted to why you're doing it, which comes down to write down cause. Your cause. Why are you doing this? When your cause is much bigger than will reach the masses. That's when you won't have to worry about who gets in and who doesn't get in. That's when you don't have to worry about who has an opinion about what you're doing. That's when you don't have to worry about whether somebody believes it's going to work for you or it's not going to work for you. When you want that freedom ticket, that's what this is. So it starts with number one, your why. And you need to write that out. It needs to be very clear to you. It needs to be crisp. When you speak upon it, people need to be able to look in your eyes, see through your soul that I don't care what you do, I'm doing this with or without you. I'm just inviting you to be a part of the greatest ride of your life because I got somewhere to be. The reason why it's so easy to reach a destination so few will go to is because so many will not go anywhere.
That's right.
And aren't looking to go anywhere. They're looking to spend 7 days being able to give homage to their worship and praise. They're only looking to do it one day and then start all over on Groundhog's Day the next day. Every day, just over and over again, repeating itself. Get up, go to work, come home. Oh, it's Monday. Damn, it's Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, hump day, halfway through. Thursday, I'm almost through it. Friday, thank God.
That's right.
Saturday, wash all your clothes, take care of your kids, go shopping, go date night, squeeze in your nap, sleep in a little bit, try to go do all the things you want to do. Scram your entire lifestyle into one day to go and pray on Sunday that you don't have to do it again. And this becomes an ongoing process, year after year after year after year. All the pedigrees and all the degrees in the world, still just doing it on a higher level with more debt, having to pay it off. 35% of the GNP, 35% of the national debt comes from student loans today, in which 80% of the people who get a degree don't even use it. Not knocking education, high advocate of it. But how many of you know if you could go back to school today and you could start back in first grade and you took the classes that you were in love with, the things that you wanted to take, things that had your interests, that you could probably get straight A's all the way through school.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? That's the distinction of the Asian way of doing things and the American way of doing things, because that's exactly what they do. The Japanese team was asked 10 years ago, how did you win 10 years in a row table tennis? Well, we practiced 10 hours. Everybody practiced 10 hours. Well, we do these drills. Everybody does that. Well, we have these type of things. Everybody does that. What would you say, sir, distinguishes you from everyone else that has not won 10 years in a row? Said, well, more specifically, our greatest competitor has been the United States over a period of time. And the United States, you got to look at the culture. He said, well, what do you mean by the culture? He said, Ebony goes to school. She gets 5 A's, she gets 1 B, and she gets 1 C. What does the parent do? How'd you get a C? What do we need to do to fix that C? What's wrong with you? Is it not holding your attention? The parent goes in on the person who gets the C or the D or the F. What we do is we said, you got 5 A's. Let's improve upon those. He said, well, what do you mean by that? He said, well, if we have somebody who has an amazing serve or an amazing forehand or amazing backhand, we get that up to a whole level that can't be touched. He said, well, if he has an amazing backhand or an amazing serve, what happens when it's served and he has that backhand? He said, if his serve is at 120%, 99% of the time, they won't need to back in. They will never get to it. So see, we build up on the strengths of an individual. Don't tear down a person on the lack of a person, of where their weakness at. We build on their strengths. You tear down on their weaknesses. That's what you do in your culture. When somebody doesn't do good, we want to know why you're not doing good there. We don't even pay attention to what you did great at. We just assume you're going to keep getting great. We never really build on that muscle. See my understanding this concept? And so the evolution of a thought process of what we need to do in order to raise a nation. We're in a space and in a place to change history, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, change history. That's not a slogan for me. That's not a cliche. I don't do this out of, entertainment or to amuse myself or even to hear myself speak. I do that by myself. I don't need no help. I usually have great conversations with myself because most people don't understand me. How many of you in here understand that conversation? I don't even like talking to people because they won't understand. I was thinking about some challenges I had because I've been down for the last 2.5 weeks in one capacity or another between travel and health. And I sat there and there's some challenges and some conversations that came up. And I thought about it after praying. And I said, why do I need to address that? Because people that are major in the minors are going to major in the minors anyway. And you need to listen to your own medicine. You only talk to somebody, and you can write this down. This is really powerful, by the way. You only talk to somebody about your dreams that's going to help you build them. Don't share your dreams with people who are not going to help you build your dreams. Be very careful about that. You must protect your dream. Whether you do this and however you do this, you must protect your dream because especially as a minority base in this room, from brown to black, the majority of us, most of us like attention. Not us, but the average person, we just want to hear ourselves. We want a soundboard. We want validation. How many people have seen that with some of the people around us? So we just talk and chatter without it going anywhere. And then when the dream doesn't manifest or manifest for someone else, we actually get a little resentful. And it's like, you don't understand how powerful thoughts are things. That your idea, your dream, all you did was pass it on to someone who had the courage to actually go and pursue it.
Yeah, exactly.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now that's your dream. Now problems. Write down problems. The only people I talk to about my problems are the people who can help me solve them. Don't talk to people who can't help you solve your problem. Because, 80% of them are hoping that it becomes worse. And the 20% don't really care. They're just happy to hear somebody else's mess that's worse than theirs. Thank God somebody else is having a terrible life. Thank you. I appreciate you sharing. Does anybody understand where this goes?
Absolutely.
So you have to stay in paying it forward. So we start with number one, with making that why bigger than anything else. That's a personal thing. That's something that you really must carve out. It goes beyond money. It goes beyond glory. I was watching Spartacus at about 3 o'clock in the morning. And the mindset of this man where just by having a belief system in something, now his was for love, his was for getting back to his wife and getting back to his family, but just having a belief system of something greater than glory and money in itself. And there was another gentleman who was, Crixus. Yes. And Crixus was like, when he finally fell in love with another woman, it got him, it dawned upon him, there is something greater than glory and money in itself, but just the love of life, the love for something that is greater than him. And you have to find that in order to succeed. That's what allows extraordinary individuals, and that's an ordinary individual doing something extra. That's all an extraordinary individual is. That's what allows an extraordinary individual to rise and win when nobody else believes that they will win. Is a love and a belief for something much greater than what everybody else can see. That's what drives me. like no other. I was supposed to do an interview and I ended up typing out the answers last week because I wasn't feeling well. And that was one of the things that was asked of me, and was, what drives you? I said, if I could put it in words, it probably wouldn't be that great. I can't even find an adjective for my passion and my commitment and my conviction for creating a world that everybody else can't see. Because if they could see it, it wouldn't be worth building because somebody already built it. But raising up a nation of average individuals into extraordinary human beings to live a life to raise a nation, it's gonna take a village, but it's gonna take a village of giant thinking individuals.
I understand.
Not small thinking individuals. Not people who are minoring in small things. You gotta figure out, what do you wake up to? Think about this question, and that's why you always wanna record. For those that are brand new, you always wanna record when you're, not just me, but when any leader comes to speak, any teacher. If you sat down with Oprah, would you wanna record it? Of course. If you got a 30-minute interview. If you can sit down with Ted Turner, would you wanna interview it? I never show up to a place that I can learn without recording or wanting to retain, because the average person is only gonna retain 10% of what they hear, and after I speak as fast as I do, you're only gonna keep 5%. So you have to keep that, because all it is play, rewind, record, play, rewind, record. Does that make sense? Yes. So you have to be cognizant of, what do I think about when I wake up? What do I think about when I go to bed? It's two powerful questions. Also, next to that, you were right, who do I think about when I wake up? And who do I think about when I go to bed? And behind both of those questions, you need to ask, why? See, I wake up thinking between my mother and my son. Those are the first two thoughts that enter my mind outside of God. And what this day is going to, what direction, what form, how this day is going to manifest, how it's going to take shape. What calls do I take? What calls don't I take? What conversations do I have? What enters into my space? What doesn't enter into my space? If I take Elijah's call, is it going to be a positive call? If I take Rod's call, is it going to be a negative call? If I take Dorothy's call, is it going to be something that's going to lift her up? If I take Jamila's call, it's going to be something that lifts me up. And those calls have to be rational, because I have to live full, die empty. And in order to do that, I need to make sure every one of my conversations is going in a specific direction. Is anybody understanding? Yeah. So you have to go on in order to become successful. You want to know how this business works. See, the business itself is really easy. This is real easy. Easy business. The business that's hard is the person that's in the mirror. That's the hard business. If all I have to do is get 50 yeses, 50 people in a city that got 20 million people. City got 20 million people. All I need is 50 people to say, yes, I want to save money on a bill. And teach 3 people how to do that. 7 times. 50 yeses, 3 people. I got to find 3 people. I only got to find 50 yeses. Of 50 people that want to save money on a bill. I only have to find 3 people that want to get the hell out of a job in the worst economy in the 21st century. Teach them how to get 50 yeses. Duplicate that 7 times. And I, me being you, you being me, now make a 7-figure income, a 6-figure a month residual income. Do the math. And when you break it down in that simplicity, then people are going to do what I do, not what I say. You can write that down. People will do what I do, not what I say. And then I have to be the example that people want to follow. That if I become unstoppable, if I develop a posture, a love for why I exist, why I live on this, what gives me air, what puts air, what wakes me up, what God has me here for in the first place. Why am I present? What is my physical matter here for? And once I become present and clear to that, and then understand that I need a direction, I need a compass in order to generate prosperity, in order to give me my freedom ticket so that I can move with velocity, with space, at will, in any direction that I choose, without any controls, no vices. They'll free me up to do what I need to do with my children. They'll free me up to do what I need to do in my relationships. They'll free me up to do what I need to do in my relationship with God. They'll free me up to do what I need. Then if I live within Maslow's laws, and I understand what my priorities are, please write down priorities. That you need to be clear on what your priorities are in life. Because where people become casualties of the war is that they somehow become misguided and convoluted within their priorities of life. They major in the minors when they need to be living in the majors. You were born to be great. You were born, say, I was born to be great. 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 You, each one of us, have greatness that lives within you. You could not be here if greatness did not live within you. It's impossible. All the scars, all the pain, all the divorces, all the single parenting, all the children that didn't have a father, all the children that didn't have a mother, all the breakups, all the crap and shit you've been through was for you to become who you are, because it didn't break you. That's right. It didn't kill you. It was to make you strong. I thank God for every trial and tribulation that I've ever had. And let me tell you, in order to get to the height I'm at and where God has me destined to go, he's just getting started.
Yes, that's right.
And I don't pray anybody take the routes that I've taken. But at the same time, I wouldn't trade them for anything.
That's right.
I wouldn't trade them for anything.
Good schooling.
I would. I could go down the list. Wow. As each one of us. How many of us in here knows to hear your misery? See, I can share all my misery and be like, I got some misery for you. You want some misery? Let me tell you a story. You might follow me on that so far. But you have to learn that your story is just getting started. And when you break down the simplicity of the maze, of the matrix, of how to get out and free other people, then all it really comes down to is 50 yeses. 50 yeses. 3 unstoppable pit bull dogs. 3 dogs that have a bone that don't know how to let go of it, gnawing at whatever they have to gnaw at. They just don't. In fact, the more adversity that comes at them, the more they gnaw. Just 3 dogs that just will keep seeing their teeth just at any cost. You're taking my breath from me. You're taking my life from me. That's what this is about more than anything else. Duplicate that 7 generations down, and you're at a 6-figure a month income in residual income. You don't even need to know the ETT, the ETL, the team coordinator, the RVP, the SVP, the ABC, the KDD, and the KKK, and the ACWCP, and the ADB. All you gotta do is build your business.
That's right.
Find you 3 people, 50 services, people that would say yes. Well, how many people do I have to talk to? I don't know. Might be 50, might be 5,000. But if you knew that all it took was 50 yeses, that could free your entire soul and your entire family tree. 3 years later, 3 years later, 3-year business plan. That's on a slow track. Don't already have wisdom, don't already have guidance, don't already have a spirit of influence, don't already have a mindset for success, don't already have a drive and a will that is unstoppable, don't already have a fire that's burning on your tail, don't already have a bear that's chasing you in the woods, that you have to get something done. That's if you just do a little Red Riding Hood, skip through the woods. Oh, where you going? To grandma's house. You will skip your way to if you just follow the compass, if you just plug it into the navigation system. See, don't get in the car and act like you know where you're going and act like every man that drives. Oh, I got this, I know where I'm going. And get lost a week later, a day later, a month later, 3 months later, 6 months later. See, that's what has happened to a lot of people. They come in and 3 months later, you can't find them. 6 months later, you can't find them. It's just, and it's like, well, what happened? Well, you know, no, I don't. And I'm not trying to. Does that make sense to everybody? The 4 C's that is very powerful is number 1, the first C is coachability. Are you willing to learn? The second C is consistency. The third C is commitment. And the 4th C is communication. Every person you ever see come and go, one of those 4 C's is falling off. Either they were not coachable, or they were not consistent, or they were. If you look at anybody's life, I say this day in and day out, look at any relationship you've ever had, business or otherwise, and every relationship is broken down because of one of those 4 C's, yes or yes? Yes. But one person matters, and that's you. If nobody showed up here today, I would have been. And would I have been disappointed? No. See that?
Yeah.
I would have showed up. I know Vic would have been here, Robbie would have been here. I would say, put in this video, show, turn it, look, who you training? Me? Because I obviously missed something at the training. I need to retrain myself. I would have been disappointed one iota.
You've been training online.
I don't go through that emotional, it's a full room, it's a small room, it's a full room, it's a small room. Do all that. Been in it too long. If I just have Elijah here, if I just have Rod and Sandra here, if I just have Queen here, the people that are thriving, I could go down the whole list. But you just need to have a handful. You got to understand, through all of, anytime you build any type of organization or army, there's going to be casualties if you're in a war. Yeah. You're going to lose some people. Right. Get used to it. You're going to have some that go AWOL and then find their way back. Like, where were you? I lost. But I'm back. I understand. And do we kick him to the curb? No, it's the prodigal son. You act as Jesus would. Welcome back home. That's right. You just make sure you stay on track with where you're going. You just got to know where you're going. Does this make sense? Is everybody following? Yeah. So I want to go through a checklist of all the things that you need to know. And I'm talking to you as if I'm talking to myself, launching my business, getting started in this business. The first thing is my why. You can cover that. Yep. The second thing is find people who know how to make a decision. That's a vetting question. In fact, when you invite people, you might want to ask them either before or after, but sooner than later. I'm sitting down with Ebony, I'm like, have you decided? Ebony, have you decided? I have decided. She has decided. Ebony, what have you decided? I've decided to do this with or without people. I love that. I've decided to do this with or without people. See, there's a distinction here between I've decided to get in the business and I've decided to do the business. I've decided to do this with or without anyone who comes. You find a mindset like that, you're winning. People have a tendency of talking and telling on themselves. You can actually listen when you get really good. It's like a doctor or working an insurance program or working a stock market or working as a doctor. You can look at a specific DNA of a person, listen to their conversation, and they'll tell you whether they're a house, which is someone who I can build on, build around, who's going to stand for at least a season. Or if they're a door, they just come and they go, they come and they go, they come and they go. You You don't know if they hear. I'm home. I'm gone. I'm home. I've been away for a while. I'm back. At least a door has the potential of staying at some point in time, because if they keep coming home, they're gonna realize there's nothing else outside the house. Nothing better than this house. Then you gotta be careful of the gophers. They're in the yard. They never make it to the house. Gophers stick their head up out the ground. I was gonna come out, but it was raining. But it just sprinkled. I know. I'm back. Be careful with gophers. Anybody understand this conversation? And each person has potential. You just have to know how to leverage each person as the tool that they choose to be. You have to know what's in your toolbox. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You have to know how to maximize the potential to the degree that they will allow you. What do I mean by that? Never push a person further than they want to be pushed. I'll say that again. Never push a person further than they want to be pushed. Some of us have a tendency of wanting to do that. Come on, you can do it. Let's go. I believe in you. I know you are the one. We can, come on. But together, yes. You spend so much energy on someone else. You trying to figure out why you're empty and why you having a hard time showing up tonight. You're like, I can do it. I was ready. Is anybody getting this conversation? You spend so much energy on so many other people that it's taken, and that fuel was never theirs.
Yeah.
You gave away your power.
Yeah.
You gave away your fuel. See, you gotta be, you're looking for people who are self-motivated. Write that down. I'm gonna give you attributes of the type of people you're looking for and that you're looking to become on a consistency. Self-motivated, driven, inspiring, not hype. Most self-motivated is where you keep yourself at a certain level. But if you just took the distinction of motivation versus inspiration, motivation most of the time is hidden based on the context in which it's used. So I can motivate Brandon, but I can only motivate him for a day, because when he leaves me, he's gonna have to get motivated again. So if we spend most of our time motivating other people, we give away our power. Brandon has to be self-motivated, but I can live a life and live in an example and work my business and build a check and invest in those that really deserve my time versus those who want my time. And through me creating a lifestyle, I will inspire him because he's watching. Here's what you gotta know. All the ones that are around you, that have seen the business, haven't seen the business, that have shown up, not seen the business, not shown up, they're still looking. They're waiting to see how it works out for you. Is everybody following me on that so far? Yes. They are waiting to see how it works out for you. And you need to be that person that inspires them to let them know it can work. That's the only way that you wake the dead, is to live a life to inspire. Outside of that, write this down. It's easier to give birth than to raise the dead. I'd much rather work with Brandon or with Ebony or with this sister right here than to go find somebody who's been around for 3-6 months to motivate them to come back.
Right.
Hence the cliche, it's easier to run with 3 than to drag 1,000.
Right.
It's easier to run with 3 than to drag 1,000. So we got past the why, we got past the decision, we got number 3, the application. We'll fill out the application. Whether you have the money or you don't have the money, you fill out the application. Why? To show your sincerity and your integrity. I'm not gonna go and apply for a job and not fill out an application. Well, you know what? I like the job. Can I get back to you? No. If you don't give me the application, I'm going to fill it with somebody else. Remember, I only need 3. Does everybody understand that so far?
Yes.
Me being you being me, you only need 3. So if somebody is not, I'm going to tell you a really powerful sign when you have the right person. The best sign on the planet. And if you think you know it, by all means, do share. I'll take 3 answers. If anybody knows the best sign when you have the right person on your Jamila, when they work without you. Dr. Glenn, when you first sign somebody up, I'm saying. When they agree to be coachable for 60 days.
When your burden gets lighter.
No, that's when you have a leader. See, this is when you first sign somebody up. What is one of the first signs? Remember I said, if I'm a doctor, I can look at you and say, if I'm a podiatrist, I don't even need to do an x-ray. I can tell that that's your fifth metatarsal bone is fractured. Just because I've seen. So when you first sign somebody up, I'm looking for what is, I got you, Cedric, I'll come right to you. I'm one of the biggest signs you know you have the right person. Not guaranteed.
Step up and say, I'm the person that you're looking for.
I'm the person you're looking for. Enthusiasm.
They qualify themselves.
When they qualify themselves.
Coachability.
Coachability. Their energy. Committed. Kind of good one. When they can get started. Motivation. Urging about what they want to go. One last one.
They make a decision to do this.
All that's good, but there are little things. What stood out about Stephanie said when she stood in front of the room? Raise your hand, don't just blurt it out. If you know what she said that stands out, raise your hand if you know what she said that stood out. The people she was around. She was going to do it with and without.
With or without?
No. No. Questions?
She's excited.
No.
She recognized where the people here.
No. Elijah, you want to try? Go ahead.
She thanks.
Yes. She thanks you 70 times. You know how many times Jamila has thanked me? Do you know how many people, the people I sponsor, thank you? How many times Jordan stood up here and said what I did? When I serve in someone's life and they thank you and they thank you and they thank you is one of the greatest signs when you have the right person. They aren't coming in timid. They aren't coming in, they still could be scared. They can still have doubts. All that's going to come with the territory. But when they're so grateful, when they're so appreciative of you just blessing them, it's one of the greatest signs of identifying you have the right person. They're just, and they keep show, and they show up from day one in an appreciative, grateful manner. And they do it by, I'm not gonna let you down. That's why the team is on my squad that I have that surrounds me, that person, they never let me down. They have more of a concern of letting me down than letting themselves down. They will go beyond and through walls for me before themselves because they are so grateful for me being in their lives. And it's the law of reciprocity, as I do feel about them. And I continue to show it. And isn't that the most magical relationship when you can work with somebody who you know loves and appreciates you for just blessing you? And what do you want to do? You want to bless them more. You want to do more for them. You want to help them more. You're a cheerful, it's almost like tithing. You're a cheerful tither. You're a cheerful worker. You are excited about working with that person who just, what else can I do? What else do we need to do? Get qualified, done. What else? Fill a room when I don't do, and they feel like they let you down when they fail themselves. They're like, well, they don't quit. They don't take a step back. They don't get doubt, fear, worry. They're like, okay, I gotta figure this out. I need to do more. That's when you have the right person. And it keeps going. Does that make sense? Does everybody understand this conversation?
Yes.
Look for those type of traits in the people who just really are appreciative of you thinking about them. Not you're trying to get them in, convince them, convict them, sell them, drag them. Find that person who has a grateful heart. It makes all the difference in the world in working your business. It no longer becomes or feels like a job. You actually get excited about doing it with those type of people. Your integrity goes to another level. Your conviction goes to another level. Your commitment level goes to another level because of the way they feel about you. You want to do for them. My desire to see Jamila succeed, not because Dr. Glenn hit team coordinator or because Dr. Maxie hit team coordinator or because Ryan and Sandra are going to hit team coordinator because somebody else is going to hit RD. I'm not talking about the title. I'm talking about I need to see her succeed.
Right.
Beyond adjectives because of the price that she has paid and vested in me to have my back no matter what. Does that make sense? Same thing with Queen. The people that, I'm talking tenure here, of course I can use everybody in the room, I'm talking the oldest people of having someone like Queen who's been with me for over a decade, having Jamila who's been down for over 2, 3, 4 plus years, and just where I got to move to where you are, I'm going to relocate my whole family to where you are to learn from you. Begged me for over a year. Can I move now? Can I move now? Because this isn't working. I need to be closer to you.
That's very good.
Comes here and blows this up and says, see, I told you I should have came. Keeps rubbing my face in. It's just like, I need that. Does everybody understand me? That freedom. You want people around you that constantly lift you up.
Yeah.
Not you got to think about it as a burden, like, oh my God, I'm going to pull these people teachers about you. Why are we really having an argument about the business assistant? Are we really arguing about $39.99 a month for why you're getting a business assistant? Really? How many people understand this conversation? You gotta explain. I'm sorry. I let you down because I didn't tell you about $149 for a renewal fee. That if you're making $2,000 a month, you wouldn't pay $149 a year to renew your own business. You feel like I'm cheating you because I left this piece of information out? I'm sorry. This is crazy. Is anybody understanding this?
Yes.
So that you can have fun with, that you can enjoy life with. So that third thing is find a cheerful applicant. Somebody's excited, but they don't know. Here's my application, and I don't have the money now, but don't worry, I will have it. Or I have the money, here it is. Or and I will have 250 in 2 weeks. Or I'm not looking for a free ride. I'm more concerned with how I'm going to make what I don't have right now. And that individual that knows how to make a decision and how to focus on what they don't have, living in lack, but understanding I need abundance. Find out of here talking to 5 broke people that just job, or find 5 people that they talk to that don't have money, or find people that want a title and have an opinion about the industry. Well, it's one of those things, it's a pyramid, it's one of those, it just, because there's people waiting, I call them, I'm telling you, ghouls and demons, they wait out at the door. As soon as somebody walks out, somebody's vomiting in their ear. I ain't seen that or one of those things. I've never done one of those things. That's why you don't have a job now, fool. Does anybody understand it?
Yeah.
Because they are waiting to poison and disease. See, that's the fight. That's the fight right there, is the 90% is herd. It has gangrene. It's already toxic. It's sick and doesn't know they're sick. A mediocre life and wants me to live a mediocre life and will tell me, well, I saw this on Google and this is what I downloaded, and what about this and what about that? What about you? I downloaded you, I Googled you, and you want me to tell you what I found out? You might want to write that down.
Yeah.
Because when they show up, you want to be able to identify, you're one of those. You're a scientist. You need information. How'd you do in chemistry? That's what you should ask. How was biology too? I need to do my research. So when you go to med school, to be a scientist. So am I getting that so far? Yeah. See, when you can divert from all of the objections and understand that there's only 3% that are going to end up successful in the first place, you're going to end up winning. Yeah. So number 3 is filling out a cheerful applicant. Number 4, get everyone qualified within 48 hours. This week, we're chasing everybody off the books. I'm unleashing the dragon. That would be me. I'm going to add 3 heads to it. We're attacking the entire list. We want everybody that's on the books off the books. We want to know when you get somebody in the business, if you want the attention of leaders, get qualified within 24 hours. Within 24 hours, not 48, 24 hours. 24 hours. You know what I found out while I was in Australia and New Zealand, which was really amazing to me? It was a wake-up call. In both of those regions, 10 of my leaders that are in the top 10 of them have a 95% qualification rate. 95%. And I thought about it, because when you start making the kind of money I make, you don't really pay attention to the details as much as you should. I'm not saying you should. Money's just coming in. Does that make sense here? And when I went back and looked, it scared the living crap out of me. I was like, wow. And I had conversations while I was in Australia and I said, how do your TCs and your ETLs leave this much money on the table? That's insane. That's just insane. I said, well, how do you, I went back and asked, I said, how do you get your people to a 95% qualification rate? And all 10 of them are averaging over 90 IBOs a month. They're all averaging, so it's not 1, 2, or 3. He said, we started ETT. We make it a law. If you don't get your people qualified within 24 hours, don't ask us for any help. And then by the time it's ETL, we have to have somebody held accountable. He said, so 90% of our people are qualified within 24 hours, and over 45% are qualified on the spot that they fill out the application. I'll say that again. 90% are qualified within 24 hours. Over 40% of them are qualified the day they gave us the application. All right. Yep. He said, when are they most excited? As soon as they fill out that application. So when are they most prone to get something done? As soon as they give us the application. So why would we wait till tomorrow where their husband can get in their ear, their wife can get in their ear, their best friend can get in their ear, they want to go and do their diligence, products, and application. In order for this to be processed, these 5 services have to go in with it. Which 5 do you want to get? And if you only have, find 2 other people that love your dirty to also do it just for you. But we put in 5 pieces of paper with this application before the Sunday. So this is how they get paid. And they max it out. Right? You need to write that down. That is in order to create new habits in your organization and in your business. Is your person made, especially the way the business is done right now, is because of the fact that you can get paid next They continue to bring Ebony in, and in less than 2 weeks, put at least $1,000 in her pocket. And on top of the bonus, I can set her up, and if she creates that habit, she can drive herself to team coordinator in 60 days. Now, I brought in some information on the second half of this training that is ridiculous, that I've never done, that I'm going to share, because I knew this was a special day and special people would be here. Because I knew only the special people would be here today after the last 2 weeks of me being gone. So I was hoping that it would actually be less than what's here. I'm actually excited, oh, y'all here. I was actually only expecting about 10 to 15 people to be here. I was like, yes. Everybody was like, it's not everybody. Yes, I was just, I only expected, you know, I could count them up. The ones that are here, the ones that are over there, Elijah, I can count. I know who to expect. And I didn't expect, but really about 15 people. And I was excited. When I got my car, I was upset when Cheryl told me there's actually, you know, about 40, 50 people here. I was like, dang. And mentally, because I haven't been well, I am now about 95%. I actually had thought that we were going to be at the event center. So you know what I had? I'm in YouTube. So here's what happened. I had this whole mock training I was going to do for Sandra, Rob, Elijah, and everybody else. And I can't do it now. So I'm going to figure out how to do this over the course of next week. It's not going to happen this week because we got too much work to do this week. But I actually was going to take Ebony, because I had a conversation with Ebony at Women's Empowerment. And I knew she would be here, and I knew there would be a few others. Somebody else would promise me who's sitting over there next to me. So I said, I know I have about 1 or 2 people for sure, and I was going to actually have them go with me. Listen to how this works. It's going to be awesome. I was going to have Vic call me on my cell phone, and I was going to be talking to Vic, and I was going to actually leave everybody else in this room. And then I was going to actually have Ebony, and tell me your name, Cynthia, go with me to the other room. Now, Cynthia and Ebony wouldn't know that they're actually on mic. And I was going to have my speakerphone on. And I was going to personally launch them and show you how to break an ETT in less than 2 hours. So I was going to get them qualified. I'm not finished with the day yet. We aren't done yet. But I was going to personally get them qualified, show you how to get 10 yeses. I was going to personally show you how to get 3 people that are ready to get started in their business. I was going to do those phone calls. And I was just going to have everybody else just listening in the other room. And they wouldn't know. I was just going to say, okay, the training's going to convince without me. The rest of the leaders are going to sit here. I take them there. And me and Ms. Yancey, we're going to go to the next room. And I was just going to take them and just go to work for like 3 hours and let you guys hear all the conversations. Let her call her people on her call, put it on a speaker, because I want you to hear us in action. Because I no longer like the classroom setting. I'm in a mode to get paid. I'm looking for the people who like, here's the application, here's my money, give me paid. Sure, let's go. Because I can do it in less than 24 hours. 48 hours, I may have 10 people, 20 people on your team. And that's the mode I'm in right now. I'm very trigger finger. I'm ready to get somebody paid royally. I mean, like fast, hard. Because how do you get your team to act right? Give them a can of act right, a can of ass look, is to just create stories around them and create money around them and show them how you take a team and how you create a story. Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah. And so that's what I'm excited about, is finding the ones that don't just want to digest this information, but have a knowledge base of how to do this and see it be done. So that's my commitment. That is at the top of my priority and my mindset for today and for this week. And I just want to let you guys know where I am as to why I'm laying this mental foundation of understanding, because this is going to be short-lived. I'm going to give you a little bit more and then kick it into gear. I'm looking for now people that have a WIT mentality, whatever it takes. Not, is it going to be an hour? Is training going to be 2 hours? How long will you, I mean, if I can make you more than you make in a week over the next 6 hours, will you stay with me for the next 6 hours? Hell yeah. So that's the mentality that we're looking for of execution. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
So I'm just giving you the checklist that if I'm sitting down with somebody, so that there are so many new people and more people here that I'd expect, then number one, you better know why you're here. Number two, you need to make a decision. Number three, you need to fill out an application. Number four, you need to get them qualified. And so over the next couple of minutes, you're gonna actually, I have a plan, so just write down qualified if you're brand new, qualified. Number 5, you need to have a PBR set up, a home meeting. You need to have 2 of them, write that down. Number 5 is 2 PBRs, a home meeting. 2 home meetings set up for anyone who you have getting started. One is known as an EPBR, which is an emergency PBR. And the second one is known as a planned PBR, which is what I call your planned wedding. Okay. Number 6, I want them to understand the weekly system of how our business works. What I call the DMO, the daily mode of operation. I want them to know the Tuesday, Wednesday, last Sunday, and the events. So the leaders can actually take notes on that. So number 6 is DMO. So you understand that that's Tuesday, Wednesday, the last Sunday of every month. And then on top of that, you have whatever events are going on for that month. For example, what we have in May and what we have in June. Is everybody following that so far? So that's number 6. Number 7 is hammering home the national and how quickly they can get registered for that national. Number 8 is a personal game plan for them so they understand how to do that. Everybody got that so far? Yes. After that, you lay that on the bed of understanding customer acquisition and recruiting. You give them the basics in that. So in the basics of customer acquisition, I'm going through the red, the greens, and the rottens. I'm sorry, the rottens. The red, the greens, and the rottens. You write that down, red, greens, and rottens. Reds are people who are ready to go. I am Ebony's brother. She calls me up. I do anything for my sister. Byron, will you help me out? Yes, whatever you need. And we'll just say yes. My mom is a yes. And then you have greens. Greens would be someone like my sister. She's in the church. Green, travels long distance. And my sister, being an attorney, was still like, well, what are the rates? This, that, the other. Now I got it in November. We got my parents, my mom, who was not, she would do anything I asked. Now my father was a little bit greenish, but he was more red and green. But in that, because my mom was a complete red, which she will just help me. Is everybody following me on that so far? My mom leveraged my dad because you're getting in the way of her baby boy. In that, my mom signed up all the services. So all phones we had. That was in December. Back then we had a penny per minute program, which meant for, and this is antiquated, but you remember that? So it's like during holidays, you can call anybody, anywhere in the world for a penny per minute on our service, which was amazing. And so because I signed up in November, the end of November, in December, I was calling everywhere from the house during Christmas time and that. And so the bill came in January. So my sister came home in January and saw the bill and was just like, oh, yeah, and just signed up. Because that's why I encourage, this is another footnote for season and new, before and after bill. And for those that have them, I need you to bring them to me. In every business that you have, we'll have that more in the leadership conversation, but those that have that, I need a couple of those. Sandra, I know you have a few. I need everyone, Mike, I know you're an urchin like that. Anybody that has them, precious, I need copies of those to be able to show and be able to create a pamphlet. I put together a little book so that if Ebony came in, she goes to her mom, she can say, this is what you have if you have this, because you have AT&T. This is what you have if you have ours. So anyone that has some before and after bills, I need those so that we can create something going into March that any brand new person can have, which is much easier than trying to convince your family and friends or prove to them or talk about something you don't know about. So Dr. Glenn, if you have that, I need all of those that you have before and afters. Merchant accounts, cable accounts, cellular accounts, anything that the leaders in here have, I need you to talk to me and get that to me. I'm like, how would you guys about that? So I follow me on that so far? Yes. Okay. It makes it a lot easier. It does not say that this is what it will be for Anthony, but at least he can go and say, this is what it was and it's possible for you. Will you at least give me a shot? Much easier on new representatives coming into business. Because when I came into the business, I was able to do that to my sister, and it was like a wake-up call that I used that. And I mean, I signed up like 50 customers in a week, like nobody's business, just being able to show that. Because people are like, well, what is it exactly you're doing? I'm saving you money. How? This is what my bill was. This is what it is now by having this. Okay. So I go through the reds, the greens that have some questions, and the rottens, people that won't help you no matter what. Rottens are just rotten. They just don't want to see you succeed. They want to throw bricks at you just because you're trying to do something positive. Run, Jesse, run. Get away from rotten people. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm laying those 8 foundation steps on that. Then and then the other foundation is recruiting. Recruiting, you have red, greens, and blues. So when you're making your list, all this is linked to 2 lists that you should have. I like lists. So, I mean, list is the goose to the golden egg. You should make a list of everybody you know. We'll get into that in a second. In that, you have red, greens, and blues. The reds are people that you look up to. The reason why people's organizations fall most of the time is because they build it on broke people. And broke, it's okay to be financially broke. It's not okay to be mentally broke.
No.
Unfortunately, when a person does not have and they live in lack, they are mentally broke and don't even know it. So a lot of people are like, so you talking about me because I have no money. No, I'm talking about you because of the way you think. Because I could give you $500, you're gonna burn it up just as if you, it's not gonna serve you anyway because how you think.
Exactly.
You have to recalibrate the way people think. So you have to find people who want change, who want a paradigm, who are tired of being broke, who at any cost will never go back to being broke again. Because most people, they will stay broke because of how they think. So then you got the blues that look up to you, you got the greens of people who are your peers in the recruiting. There's only 2 sides of this fence: acquiring the customers, red, greens, and rhinos, and building a team of your board of directors, which is red, greens, and blues. Blues look up to you. Greens are your peers. They're at the same level as you. You may play ball with them, you may go to work with them, you may go to college with them. And then reds are people that you look up to. You want to recruit up. Because if you're a teacher and you get the principal, and the principal gets the regional director, and the regional director gets truly the head of the entire district. Does everybody follow me on that so far? And the head of the district gets the superintendent of the entire city of Los Angeles. Well, that person is tied to politicians, who's tied to the mayor, who's tied to the governor, who's tied to the principal, to the president. You're really and trust me, that sounds almost like a cliche, but you'll be amazed at how many millions of dollars I've generated from this conversation when people who don't even know that you don't even know what your organization will look like. You have no idea because you don't know who somebody else knows. People block their blessings because they live in their own cubicle of just who they think they know and who they think will do it. And the people you think will do it won't, and the people you think won't do it will. And the people that you don't tell somebody else will, and they'll fall in somebody else's organization. And what I'm mentally prepared to do over the next 90 days, trust me, I'm dropping a net over Los Angeles. If you're Black, Latin, or with any shade in the city, I'm dropping an atom bomb. Before this year is out, I am completely going to drop an atom bomb on Los Angeles with this team. And you want to be the one on this side with it. Because when it drops, please believe I'm the most colorful person you'll ever meet in your planet. You've never met anybody. What? No, I am out of control. I am just starting because I am going to make it. The people that have been around me know you heard this in the beginning, and I'm serious. I am going to make anyone that even business out of this business. I am committed to that. It's in my vampire blood. It's just, I'm so committed to it. I'm going to make them hate themselves. I'm going to go get their cousins, their brothers. Yes, I've been dead. I'm going to get everyone that they know. I'm going to go get their children that aren't even born yet. I'm going to go get everyone in this business. I'm going to find out the whole hierarchy. I'm going to find their last names. I'm going to their tree. I'm going to get their family. I'm going to get everyone they know. They're going to keep hearing about it. I'm going to hunt them. Because I personally, when you doubt my family, you doubt me. But when you doubt me, and what you don't know, coming into this business is that you are coming into a family. and it is very convicted to creating something that just drives and it's when it goes past me, it goes into the people that people don't know before, and especially ETTs and ETLs and higher. Find the people you don't know and take these 8 classes. It's 35, 7:35. So we're talking about 50 minutes. Like it's 10 minutes. Let's just say 7:55. Can we do timely? Can we do everybody in their seat at 7:55 so we can be out of here? Yes. In 35 to 40 minutes after that, I think we actually.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be returning in 15 minutes. Thank you for watching.
Does the computer work? Yeah. Let's turn it on. While you're looking for that real quick. It's on it.
The total bonus though for this month is $500.
It's on it? You said something's on it.
No, I say I believe the bonus for this month is $500 after everything is done.
Click on that. I'll do that. Okay. All right. All right. Is everybody there? Yes? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So this is for the new people. Older people have already seen this. This is where we live, right here. This is called the business assistant. It's your back office. So you heard me make reference to, you want to write down YBA, your business assistant. So your business assistant runs us $39.99 a month. This is what allows me to live from a laptop anywhere in the world and be able to work my business and have a portable business. The thing about it is that employee, as you take on a job mentality, you want to create store hours. You want to create store hours for yourself, and more so than anything else, you want to be sold out on not the business, but on why you're doing the business, so that you become, in order to succeed, you're going to have to become obsessed. Obsessed with why you're doing the business. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in that, here, I'm showing my business. You go here. And well, this start at home. When a person first gets in, they're going to be given their own ID number. They're going to be given their own password. You can open up your site anywhere in the world, anywhere in the country. And right here it says new team trainer start right here. This business has become so insulated and so user-friendly that you really don't need a whole lot of coaching to launch your business. And you want to understand the distinction between launching and starting your business. You want to launch your business. You want to make sure you have what I did not put down on there, what I cover with a brand new person, if you're still on those notes, 1 through 8, then the foundation of recruiting and acquiring customers is you want to set financial goals. You want to make sure you have down there financial goals. How much money do you want to make over the next 40 days? That's the game that we're playing. Especially for a brand new person, I want to know you before you leave. I want to know that you want to play this game. I'm playing a 40-day game. 40 days, 40 nights, 40 years. 40 is very symbolic for me, just from a spiritual perspective and a personal perspective. I actually launched today, so I actually have not really run the business in about 3 weeks. I think I've only worked 1 day, and that was on Wednesday, and that was in Chicago. In that, right here, new team trainer start right here, essential things. I'm going to talk a lot about this. So on your notes, you have, I think, number 5 is PBR. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Put a circle around it, put a square around it, put an asterisk around it, because we're going to talk about that in a second. Everything you need to make money comes from learning how to do PBRs. Everything you want to know about acquiring customers comes from PBRs. Everything you want to know about being able to get momentum comes from PBRs. Anything you want to be able to drive a business to the next level economically will come from PBRs. Anything from being able to earn a position comes from a PBR. Everything of learning about how to present comes from a PBR. Everything from coming into learning how to set up an office comes from a PBR. The people that are making money in this business have gotten an MBA in PBRs. Those that are not making any money do not know anything about PBR or have not done it. It is very easy to become paralyzed in this business. Show up for a weekly meeting or a monthly meeting or a regional or a national or any other event, but you will never, ever, 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 ever make any money until you master PBR. Is everybody with me? Yes?
Yes.
All the essential things you need is in here. We'll talk more about that later. You have your online store. They give you an online store presence to be able to acquire your customers. They give you an online presence in regards to being able to share the opportunity in the presentation. Everything that you want is right here. Now I'm gonna click on my business. In my business, you're able to track all your personal customers that you personally acquired. You're able to get all the agreements that you are gonna fill out as far as if you're brand new and IBO fills out an agreement form. Everything as far as earning money and everything, like this position, I own 7 positions. I share this all the time. This is with my son, so you can actually do the math on 1 of 5 positions. My mother's position will probably do in excess of $300,000 this year. So December 19th up to January 15th, do the math on how much money was made in that month period of time. That's 17,000 plus 7, that's 24, plus 5, that's 29, 30, 31, 41, 51, 54. I don't know, about $60,000. How many people think that's pretty good for a 30-day cycle? $60,000 that keeps coming in, and you can't stop it if you try. The digital keeps growing, checks keep growing. You have $7,000, $6,000, $3,000. Those are weekly checks that keep in your bank account by just learning the system. So those are taking notes. Write down system. System, the acronym itself stands for Save Yourself Time, Energy, and Money. Save yourself time, energy, and money. Right with me, yes?
Yes.
Events, products, training. Once you get into business, I suggest that you actually go here to training. Everything from getting started to understanding the residential products. All these are on audio and or on visual, meaning video. So I just want to show you what was in here, how I would live. And there's a few of you in which I said I would email you that I did not get a chance to because I passed out. But this is for old and new. Number 1, if I'm just getting started, I would actually go to ACN or official company videos. And the first video I would watch, first of all, it's right here. So you can go in here, and this is what I would do if I was brand new. I would watch 1 video a day. None of them are longer than 30 minutes. Most of them are very short. If you actually go in here, and I'm actually, everything I'm telling you, I'm actually doing myself starting today as well. So I'm not telling you something that I'm not actually doing myself. Everybody with me, yes?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You want to familiarize yourself, because if you're going to buy a company, if you're going to buy within a conglomerate, whether it's Starbucks, McDonald's, you want to know the company. Would everybody agree with that?
Yes.
Well, here you can go in and learn what we did in regards to epidemics, in regards to kids. Being able to feed over 1.3 million kids, what we're doing to launch everything in Mexico and South America, what it takes to be able to get your services for free. If you sign up 5 long distance and local customers, your phone service is free. If you sign up 5 digital services, your service is free. If you sign up 10 gas customers, your gas is free. If you sign up 10 electricity customers, you're able to go in and see the markets where there's only 17 markets that have gas and electricity. In California, we only have gas. Electricity is coming. Aren't you excited about getting paid every time someone turns on the light switch and it's not here yet?
Absolutely.
Okay. So everything that you want to know, all the way down to the testimonials in here. One of my closest friends, Mr. Oren Solomon, is right there. Experiencing the event of understanding what's happening in a national convention. Everything that you want to know here. Notice this: 17 minutes of Senior Vice President Cody Mackey, whose income literally went from $20,000 to $70,000 a month in the last 6 months. Let me say that again. Net $25,000 to $70,000 net take home by getting senior vice president under 30 years old. Good or good?
Great.
Okay. Being able to see the same thing happen with Adam Blue, Daniel Demito, someone who I personally trained, who runs everything in Chicago, Jeffrey Battles, all of these testimonials I would want to know because somebody can write down relationship marketing. Relationship marketing. Why? Because you may talk to somebody who's Caucasian that may not be able to relate to you, but they'll be able to relate to Cody Mack. You may talk to somebody who's an attorney, who's a corporate attorney, a partner in a major firm making millions of dollars. Why would they get into this business? And you may pull up a woman like Leanne Gator. You may bring up somebody who owns like health gyms, and you may want to bring up someone like Larry Raskin, who owns a slew of health gyms and sold them off so they become an RVP in this business and an SVP in this business. There's myriads of ways in which you can relate to someone else that they won't hear your conversation, but they'll hear somebody else's. So the number one thing you want to write down is get myself out of the way. Sharing the business has nothing to do with how effective you are with it coming from your mouth, but how effective you are at being able to hear, let somebody else hear the conversation that they can relate to. I can talk to 1,000 Jewish people, but none of them would hear me. But because I developed one Jewish leader who's Hasidic Jewish, who then empowers me, edifies me, I have thousands of Jewish people that now listen to. I have thousands of Russian people that listen to. Not because I'm such a great speaker and I'm standing and talking Russian, but because I helped one major leader develop that now edifies the heck out of me, build an organization, and now they all trust me and respect me because of me serving in one person's life. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You have doctors in this room. You have attorneys in this room. You have real estate moguls in this room. You have teachers in this room. You have people in advertising in this room. You have estheticians. You have all kinds of people in this room. You have students in this room. You have lay workers who work at Starbucks in this room. You have Black, white, Puerto Rican, and Asian in this room that are tied to this family, that if you actually learn how to leverage your business so that other people can hear the information, they'll be much more receptive than listening to it directly from you. Your job is just to become a master at getting people to hear the message the way they need to hear it. Does that make sense, Eric?
Absolutely.
You may come across some billionaires. I think they'll be able to relate to a man worth $10.9 billion named Donald Trump, or Derek Hardy, who happens to be the actual producer, publisher, and editor of Success Magazine, or Robert Kiyosaki, somebody who is tied to real estate. So you constantly want to be linking other people to being able to hear the message from other people to say, wow, this makes sense. This is interesting. I would love to be a part of this because they can relate to someone other than judging you. Does that make sense? Okay. So all of that, if I'm brand new, the first video I would look at, I use this for a person who just got started, meaning if you're a leader in this room, as soon as a person decides to get into the business, you must give them something to do. And the first thing that they should do is go and look at Debbie Davis. I put in Debbie Davis ACN, and the first one that should come up is why ACN. Every brand new person that decides to do the business should look at this. Every person that is a prospect, once they see it and they say, I'm interested in it, with Evan, I'm just using Evan as an example because she's there. But when I saw her yesterday, when you left, how much did you think about it when you left her?
Probably till I went to sleep.
Till she went to sleep. So she thought about it all day. That's every brand new person that looks at this. So if a person's thinking about it from the time they see it to the time they go to bed, one of the two things generally will happen. Out of the business and you'll never see them again. They'll be in the protection program. But because of the knife and gun, it's always a family. Said it can't be done. They'll still show up, but if you do not inoculate from this one, from measles, does that make sense? So you get a toxin, and then you can't find them. They're in the witness protection program. It almost happened to Cynthia. Is everybody with me? Okay, you can ask her and anybody else. How many people have experienced this either to yourself or someone on your team? Raise your hand. Look around the room. Everybody. Are you guys following? So you have to be that one that goes against the grain and at the same time take care of the people that are around you. This is a video which I use not as a peaking tool. Meaning if I just went to Robbie and said, are you open to making money? He said, yes, I'm not sending him this video. He has to have seen the opportunity. So either right after they saw the opportunity, I'm having him go home and look at this video, or right after they had signed up as an applicant. I want them to understand the depth of this business, and this is the best video that explains that. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yes.
Okay? For those that are on the fast track, that want to go hard in the paint, my mentor is a gentleman by the name of Larry Raskin. And for the next 7 days, I will get lost in these videos right here. This one, as you can see, is 42 minutes and 17 seconds. It says Larry Raskin 90-day game plan. The one underneath, you can see it's not 42 minutes, it's 1 hour and 53 minutes, and it says bonus, Larry Raskin 90-day game plan, audio only. As you can see down here, I would actually get lost in Larry Raskin. If you further yourself, well, we'll just deal with that for right now. That will hold you for the next 7 days. Anyone who's on the same playing field, that's what I'm actually watching over and over again for the next 7 days. That is my scandal. That is as in my empire. That is as somebody else's grown turns. That is all somebody else's children. That is all my drama right there for the next 7 days. I want to watch TV. Well, that just keeps coming up. Everything I can find and eat on Larry Raskin. Does that make sense? Okay? Because you're going on a 40-day run, which is the preparation for a 90-day run, which is your quarter, which you want to complete TC, which sets you up for literally every time you help someone get ETT, that's $500 in your pocket. So I'm coupled right now with 2 people, in which our goal right now is to break, and we're already on track with what we're shooting. The gun starts at midnight tonight. Our goal is to break 10 ETTs a week. We'll do that over the next 4 weeks. So I mean, those are people that are in the paint with me, that I'm committed to being able to drive new lines. I'm going to break 10 ETTs this week. How many people like that sound? Yeah. That's an extra $5,000 on top of everything that's already been earned. That's an extra 20 grand, not including the driving of the residual income. That's upfront money while your residual income is building on the back end. I think that's a good day. Yes or yes?
Yes.
From here, you need to have a drink. You guys with me on that so far? So it's better sometimes. Is that better? Much better? 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 Good. Good. Great. All right. So, write down drink. A dream is something that has to manifest on a daily basis. It has to get you up early in the morning, has to put you to bed late at night. Does that make sense, everybody? You need to learn how to dream again. When I say dream, I'm not talking about a dream for 5 years from now. I'm talking about you need to have miniature dreams on a monthly basis, and then you need to have mid-sized dreams, which is a 3 month dreams. So you should have monthly dreams. You should have quarterly dreams, which are every 9 days. Have dreams. Most people don't. And I believe if you don't do what you need to do over 30 days to 90 days to 6 months, the next year won't matter anyway. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yes.
And I mean, really drink something to get you up early in the morning, something that you want, like air itself, something that's going to drive you. Because see, unfortunately, it's a muscle that has to be developed, but dreamers are far and few between. Most people are wishers. Most people wish they had a better life, wish they had a better income, wish they had a better house, wish they had a better car, wish they had a better income, wish they had a better husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, wish they had a better job. Dreamers make, forgive the terminology, they make happen. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yes.
Make things happen. And when I tell you, when I start to dream, it's probably when I become the most lethal and the most dangerous. Because I alienate everything. When I want something, I don't think there's ever been a time in you don't always get it when you want it.
Right.
That's number one. And number two, be careful what you wish for, what you want, what you dream for, because it will show up. Sometimes we dream for the wrong things. We manifest the wrong things. Our mind can be very dangerous. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yes.
Okay? So that immediate gratification of those things that aren't necessarily good for you, you're like, okay, it's just a whimsical thought. You need to put thought into the things that you want and the things that are worth getting that elevate you. Because I don't believe that there's anything worth working for that if you aren't going to get rewarded for it. We all do things out of pain and pleasure. Either we keep doing something because it's pleasurable or we stop because it's painful. Does that make sense? Find something that will get you up every day. So I'm just going to share with you some of the things that just a few things that I'm doing. Like, for example, I'm getting a new car. I'm getting 2 new cars. One within 90 days, one within 6 months. Haven't figured out if it's going to be the Ferrari or the Aston Martin or Maserati. That's for summer. And then I'm probably going to get a Range Rover in the next 90 days. That's for my right hand. And then at the same time, there's some things I have to do for my son for the summer that are immediate. So that's my 6 months why I'm driving so hard right now. I have to do some things for my son that are immediate, paramount, and president that have to happen before he gets out of school at the end of May. So knowing that I have till June, that's where I have to complete SPP or at least be where God wants me to be, where I know what I have to complete in order to make me at peace of mind, to know where my momentum and my money is. Does this make sense? Does everybody follow me that so far? Yes. There's some things I have to do for my sister. I mean, not for my sister, but for my mom while she's here that I want to do more than anything else in the next 180 days. So I have things for 6 months, which is for my son. I have things that are 180 days that are for my mom. I have things that are within 90 days that is for Miss Yancey, who's my right hand, who has taken care of me for 5 years. I have things that are within 120, within the next 60 days, which is for myself within 30 to 60 days that drive me, that get me up, that is just immediate satisfaction. I have things that I want to do for my team that is on a 30-day, 60-day, 90-day cycle. That's everybody that's in this room and my other areas that I'm working. Does that make sense, everybody? Okay. I have, for example, I'm taking my team out, I think it's March 8th. I got to look up the date. But it's March 8th for just the Los Angeles team. So I'm taking every ETL that's hit on my team to an amazing event. Amazing. You don't want to miss this, by the way. And we're going limo, everything's taken care of. We're going to go to dinner. It's going to be an amazing night. I promise you, it's going to be a night that's going to be historical. So anyone that's here that would like to have an amazing night. And I love creating moments. If you don't know anything about me, I'm one of those type of people that I will set out a bath with flowers and candles and wax Jamila will tell you, I will set it out and not be in love with you. And I'm saying because it's my best friend, and Miss Jen's not here, and set it out because I'm that type of romantic thinker. It's not because I'm in love with you, it's because I'm in love with the concept. I like creating things that are completely memorable. I don't do things that average people do. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
So when I do something and I can do it for people that I really care about, imagine how far I really go if I do that for someone who I don't care about. So I want to create something in a night that is so memorable for the people that have loved me and I love back, that we're building something. So every person that has hit ETL as far back as, you know, Elijah to Mila, to everybody else, I want to go out and have just the most amazing night on March 8th. And we're going to do this every month for our team. So I'm letting everybody know you have until the end of, you know, pretty much this month to hit ETL. Because you need to be at least ETL to make any money in this business. So you can write that down. I need to be at least at ETL to make any money in this business. That gives you a full, you know, and I won't even take it first. I'll give you all the way up until the 5th of March. But I'll do the 5th. How about that, sir? Thank you. Awesome. Okay. So anyone who wants, because you can't make any money unless you have at least 3 people on your board of directors. You can't make any money as an ETT. ETT means you just have 2 people that you personally have sponsored. ETL means that you have sponsored Robbie, who's 1 person, Vic, 1 person, and Sherman. And you've helped them go ETT with 2 people. That has positioned you with 3 lines to drive you. And easy. You can't make any money unless you're at least ETL. We aren't interested in ETTs. You need to do that for yourself within the next 3 to 4 to 5 days just to get it out of the way. That's nothing but just a handful of hours working the business. We can all help you do that in 5 days or less on a bad day. But once you know you can earn a position ETT, guess what? You can now teach 3 other people how to do it. That's where the work lives. Is in you helping 3 people do what you did, not you doing what you did. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay. So in that, showing here, like for example, one of the things that I'm doing is this. This is so, like for example, I love shoes. You won't find these anywhere else. This is Matrix Look.
Oh, that's cool.
Like that.
It's suede on the inside, nothing on the outside, handmade by hand, done all the way from Austin. So when you can actually say, and the only way you can buy their shoes is you actually have to go to their truck shop. So their next one, they only have 2 in the States, the next one's in April. Their shoes start at a minimum of $700 and up. If you go through the whole thing, but trust me, I like all those shoes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Every guy in here will love them. Women be like, okay, well, where's the bill? I hear you. I hear you. I have some of you ladies too, we'll get to that later. But,
Go to women.
go to women.
Get to the red
Like this.
We want to make sure we got to the women that you like for men. I do have another, I actually have one of my best friends who's actually one of the top shoemakers in the world, who actually lives in Italy 6 months out of the year, 6 months in New York, who is actually hand making the shoes for every woman that gets RD on my team. And they are phenomenal, and they start at $1,600. So anyone who's RD will have those shoes made. So bottom line is, they have, for example, in their trunk shop, Like I have this already on my calendar, so their next one that is here is actually either I have to go to Germany or I have to go to Hong Kong or China, which I'm not going to do. The next one is actually
San Francisco.
No, on the top of the page.
right here. It's in April. So I have to have the most phenomenal 40 days, so I have at least $10,000 to go buy the shoes that I want.
There's more earlier.
Yeah, but the one in March is already passed.
No, it's not.
That was our national.
That's next
And
month.
this was actually-
That's next
This is February.
Oh, this one? Oh, so, well, I'm not going next week because I'm helping y'all make money that next week. So I actually have it on my calendar. That's why it's 40 days.
Right.
Because I'm actually making my money. That's how I set myself up. I'm not going to spend money. My goals that I have the last month and month before, I've already earned that. I'm already buying. I got a whole bunch of clothes. So, and I now need shoes to go with all my clothes. So, that makes sense. I mean, anybody see me knows I've been wearing a new suit every week. So now I need shoes made to go with my clothes. So I'm going to work for March so that I can actually go here to April, which is in New York, on the 31st and 22nd, when after $2,000 buy some shoes. Now, that's impression, that's just impress upon you. You have your own dream, your own goal. But I look up everything that I want to know exactly what I'm doing to be able to do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Like the green ones.
Oh, the Mayweather fight?
Like the green ones.
Yeah, everybody gets that. Row 6. It's only really? I thought it was more than that. If I'd known that, I would have bought the tickets already. Okay. Anyway, everybody with me, yes? Yeah. So what I did is there's a gentleman, so I had you look up Larry Raskin. When I first started in the business, I need you guys to kind of, for those who are brand new, to understand the marketing plan. So you have ETT, which is 2 people. Yeah, pull out the 1 through 10 so I can explain. For those, give your new people the 1 through 10 so we can explain this. So you have ETT. To be an executive team trainer, you need 2 people on your board of directors. Everybody got that? Okay. To be an ETL means that you have to have, do you have one? You have one? Okay, awesome. Okay, everybody got it? To be an ETL, you need 3 ETTs on your board of directors. Or not on your board, they can be anywhere. So let me give you an example. I'm gonna be you. So I'm gonna sponsor Lauren, Ebony, and Brandon. Lauren has 2 people underneath her. She's an executive team trainer. Once the customers are acquired, you make no money by just having the bodies in place. The bonuses and the money comes from, we are a customer acquisition company. So with no customers, there is no money. Is everybody with me on that so far? So we structure our business based on Lauren having 2 people underneath her. Once they have their 5 services or 3 services and she has hers, she's now an ETT. Brandon then sponsors Laname, who then sponsors Rod. Brandon sponsors Laname, so he only sponsors 1 person, who sponsors Rod, who only sponsors 1 person. So Rod actually sponsors Sandra and Ernestine. So now Rod is the ETT in Brandon's leg. Your ETT, your second and third and your first ETT don't have to be people that you personally sponsor. They can be anywhere in your organization. Are you guys following me on that so far? So this gets into a term, just write it down. We'll come back to this week. It's called tap rooting. Tap rooting. So I'm playing a game with myself this week, which is called a control. That's training every day. There's going to be an hour. I'm doing presentations every day. I'm monitoring each person's success every day. And the only people who can plug into the trainings that I'm doing are the people that are here today. Nobody else can plug in. Now, if you want to record them and pass them on to your team leaders and your other leaders, that would be smart. It's to your advantage to be able to do that. Is everybody following me on that so far? I just don't want to hear or see anybody else that's not here right now that showed up. You showed up, you deserve the information. Did that make sense to everybody? Okay? Now, that's what I'm doing as a leader. You can do what you want and what you need to do for everybody else that's in your organization. I'm not telling you not to or you can't share it. I'm just telling you, I don't want to hear or see it. Does that make sense? I'm committed to the people that are here. Did that make sense? Okay. Now in that, you have 3 ETTs in your organization. Now you're an ETL. I want to see how many ETLs I can break before the 1st of the month. That's the game I'm playing. Or at least position people to get there. For the people that want to show up for their own work and want to put myself on an I'm about to go into overdrive. I mean, I'm about to really go crazy. So those that want to make crazy money, get ready for what I'm about to do. Anybody excited about that conversation? I'm dead serious about it. I'm about to go really ballistic. So in that, once you have ETL, what I would also go to YouTube, go to YouTube and go to ACN 2015 compensation plan. There you go. Okay, so right there, right now, right here. You guys see this right here? It says ACN. Write this down. ACN. No, well, that's fine. You don't have to write it.
It's at the bottom now.
Okay. All you have to do is type in ACN 2015 compensation plan. Now, what am I doing? I'm not going to train you or coach you on something. At the top of your application, it says independent leader, independent application. I'm not going to spend 2-3 hours teaching you a compensation plan that you could go study for yourself. Because all I would be doing is repeating an hour and a half of what they're going to say on here. When I got started, nobody had to teach me how to get paid. I went and learned how to get paid. I wanted to know how to get paid. I'm not going to start a job without knowing how to get paid. I'm not going to open up a business without knowing how to get paid. And I'm not going to rely on somebody who's going to sit in front of me. Now, if I have questions after I understand the compensation plan, then you look at this, you study it, you take notes on it, forwards and backwards. So if you're brand new, the first thing I look at is Debbie Davis, ACN. The second thing I look at is ACN 2015 compensation plan, and go home today and look at how I'm going to get paid. Does that make sense to everybody? Yes. And for the leaders in here, you need to start teaching your leaders how to go learn how to get paid. Don't sit up there and say you've been in for a month, 2 months, and you aren't getting any money. No, you don't understand the compensation plan. Because this compensation plan pays better than any other compensation plan underneath the sun. The only thing I'll share in regards to what's in that 1 through 10 is you want to get to TC. You can look on there and see that's the 3rd portfolio position. That's the game we're playing to get up to that position in 90 days or less. I put myself on a 90-day track record. If you want to go faster, go faster. Now, here's the only thing I'll share with you when it comes to goals, and that is with a goal, when a plane takes off, it never lands at the exact time it's supposed to. Sure. So if it says it's leaving at 6 and it's going to show up at 8:15, it may get there at 8:03. It may get there because it's delayed, like I was on a plane this week delayed. It may get there at 9:15. But here's the one thing you need to know about a goal and a plane that takes off. It will get to its destination if it stays on track and on course. You just need to show up at your destination. So what I'm setting you up for is a 120-day ramp up to a $10,000 a month income. That's the goal. Is everybody with me on that so far? So the goal is to drive you to 60 days, right? 60 days to TC, because that's where the money lives. Put it in your head. Say it over and over. Reaffirm it. Wake up with that affirmation. I am TC. I am TC. I am a TC. I am a TC. Say it 1,000,000 times in your head until you know you will not quit until you get to TC and make money at that position. Now, if you play the game right in a perfect world, it will never work out perfectly. You will hit TC in 60 days. Everybody with me on that so far? 90 days at the latest. And then write down, it's going to take me 2 months to ramp up my money. So you want to hit that position with momentum. You don't want to just earn the position. You want to earn the position. Now write this down. Positions don't make me money. Positions don't make me money. Positions position me to make money. So why am I wrapping you up to get to TC? So you can be in a position to make money. You can't make a 5-figure check unless you're at least a TC. Now, some of you may do it in 60 days, some 90 days, some 180 days, some in 7 months. But whenever you decide to arrive, you will arrive knowing how to get there with a 5-figure a month check. So if you push yourself, write this also down. The speed of the leader is the speed of the organization. The speed of the leader is the speed of the organization. I have found that it's much easier to work this business hard and fast than slow and methodical. Now, does that mean I need to put in 1,000 hours? No, not at all. This is a special Sunday. It's the only Sunday in which I train on the last day of every month that you're guaranteed to find me. So this is an extra Sunday. Everybody follow me on that so far? So everything else you can create around that. Now, in that, what I'm sharing is you can do this as fast as, if you're going to put it in for an hour, work it really hard for an hour. Those to get on my playing field, I'm going to show you how to do that. If you can only put in 30 minutes, only put it in 30 minutes. I can actually show you how to get rich 30 minutes a day. I'll make your bills go away if you effectively do what I ask you to do. And I never ask you to do something that you can't do. Does that make sense, everybody? Is everybody with me? Yes? Yes. Okay. Now, in that, you're going to drive that. If you go, I'm just giving you a perfect world, 60 days of hitting the position. Let's say you were in that 60 days. And right after that, you took 60 months of learning how to completely drive your organization while developing leaders. The journey to TC is not you finding leaders. Leaders will find you. I hate the cliche when people in this industry tell you, go find leaders. Oh, if you go find some leaders, you'll blow up. No. If you become a leader, leaders will find you. I'll say that again. If you become a leader, leaders will find you. Did that make sense to everybody? Yes. Okay. So the journey to TC is you becoming a leader within this realm of doing business. Then you're going to drive your organization, then start looking for your diamonds in the rough, or the ones in which you need to develop. Because there is no success without a successor. To become a team coordinator, I'm going to tell you it's going to take you 60 IBOs. You can write that down. And IBO stands for independent business owner. So Ebony gets started, Brandon gets started. He is now an independent business owner. He owns his own franchise. He owns his own ACN Starbucks. Everybody with me on that? In order for him to hit team coordinator, it's going to take him opening up 60 more stores. Now he can do that in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, 180 days. He can do that whenever he wants. But it's going to take you 60 stores. And it's going to take you about 20 stores spread out amongst 3 lines. Everybody with me on that so far? Everybody got that?
Yeah. Yes.
There's other dimensions, that's not absolute. But Sherman, do me a favor, grab me that recorder over there on the desk. And then use that mic. That one time. So here's where the money lives. Why I showed you the shoes, why I'm telling you your house, your dream car, whatever. What is it that you want, that you dream about? I mean, what do you really want? Somebody tell me something you want within the next 90 days. So she wants to go to the fight, $11,000 front row seat.
Yeah.
What's the date of that? May 2nd. She is smiling, she's serious. Yeah. Excellent. So it's going to cost her about $22,000, and she can get that because she's already on track. See, anybody else? Sure.
For my mom, so she can see something like that.
Indian Wells? And when is that? I like that. So we got 2 mates. These are good goals because that gives us space to go to work and space to make this money and space to put this in front of us to go do that. She wants to do that for her mom. She wants to do that for her. Anybody else? One of them shoes. So we going shopping together. The orange is that the blazer. I'm gonna have to. You my brother. Open up another salon. That's gonna cost me what? Think about that because I'm gonna need a figure. I can't just open up a salon. I need a figure.
I want a new Tesla by July.
By July. So it's gonna run me $100,000. So it's gonna run you about $30,000. Of course, you like $40,000 because you want your note down lower. Excellent. So we got about 5 months.
I need my mom to be when she goes back to the national year. Help them complete the church.
Say it one more time, baby.
My mom complete the church year building.
In Guyana. Excellent. And how much do we want to commit to that?
About
10,000. Beautiful.
I want to write somebody $1,000 check and have them go away for you.
I'm gonna have you do it. She's not doing it. She's serious. Yes.
$1,000 for gas payment by May 8th, my birthday.
$10,000 for a May 8th for her car.
You said down.
I trust me, I caught it. Go ahead.
Go back to June, by June, I have been
And where's home?
Algeria.
Her kids back to where they her mom's funeral. She wants to take her kids back to where they grew up in Algeria. Excellent. And the reason why this may sound eccentric, but I'm gonna tell you it's the most critical thing you can ever do. Start to dream again and make it real and make it personal, because it will allow you to just screen out everything. Once you know that you'll find out you can make dream after dream after dream after dream. That's how this world is. Those dreams excite me. It's great to be personal to me because I was in that position. So, which if you go to the post that Jen Monteverdi post, okay, then you'll see the years ago, and with Daniel, but we had a pact, and for her to be able to go from the car that she had to her buying her dream car right now of her Audi, and being able to live with the way she's on down, go and buy his $500, I mean 18, I mean whatever, it's like super whatever, fragile casualistic Mercedes Benz, and retire his mother and his father and his brother. And then after this next national, he'll fly back to Bulgaria and pay for his whole family to go to his brother's wedding. And his brother has not worked a job in over a year because of him, who just hit RD at this last national. To see these things actually happen is the most amazing thing you could ever experience underneath the sun, because they just start to grow, and you have to make it real for yourself. Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah. So the person who started me on this track, and this is the last piece of this, and then I'll close out with just a schedule of events. And if you have to leave and you're on a time constraint, let me know. I'm gonna be standing in the back. I understand that, and then I'll coordinate. Plan. So she has a sign-in list. All she needs is a check by your name. The key to being successful is following instructions. I'll tell you right now, it's an open book test. The top 3 to 5 percentile, Donald Trump is saying, walk like this, talk like this, watch me negotiate, watch how I deal with this. You know, everything about success. If I'm going to teach you how to play the trombone, if I'm going to teach you how to play a violin, I'm going to say, do this, do this, do this, do this. I'm not going to give you a multiple choice question on, well, do you hit this note or that note? No, I'm going to show you step by step. Is everybody following me on that so far? So a teacher, to give you that success, you just have to learn how to do it. I'm going to have an open book test, but you have to follow instructions. That's the main thing I'm going to tell you guys, that I look at the last 90 to 180 days that I built this marketplace where people fail, is they don't follow instructions. And because I had such a big class so fast, I'm not here to herd cats. I'm not looking, so I needed to gut it out And I'm excited about what I have right now. I'm more excited today than when we started 6 months ago, because of where the mentality and the seasoned leaders to be able to see Mike and Tracy and see the people that are here, where they are and where we come from. Is everybody understanding this conversation? I'm jacked on my freaking mind. Because what we're about to build is 10 times bigger than anybody's ever seen. You know, to see Impingo here and just certain people, just amazing. So I need you, if you have to leave early, just check this right here. I'm gonna show you how dated this is. I had to go, what made me tardy is I had to go dig up a cassette player.
Oh, man.
Exactly. Not online. I had to steal it out of my father's box. He used to listen. We used to listen to this when we actually meditated together. And there's a tape in here from a guy that very few of you in here, I think only maybe Queen has heard of, and a few of you have heard me make reference to. His name is Stuart Todd. Stuart Todd, when Larry Raskin, which those have been around, Larry Raskin is now Vice President of North America. Larry Raskin and Stuart Todd came in as partners, equal partners. Everybody with me on that so far? Larry Raskin was the brass. He was the, this is what we're doing, you gotta do this, da 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 da. He was the hammer. He was the voice. The brain was Stuart Todd. Anybody knows me knows I'm very high on intellect, I'm very high on how one thinks. I'm very much into the brain and the psychology of things. Stuart Todd was, excuse my terminology, ladies and gentlemen, please forgive me on Sunday, God forgive me. He was a mental fuck at the highest level. At the highest level. He just would mentally mess you up. You would sit down with him one-on-one and you'd be gracious about the time you're spending with him. And he'd be talking to you. And you'd be like, yes, yes, yes. And then you say, thank you, sir. And you get up, and when you walk away, you figured out by the time you got to the car, he just called you an asshole. Like, you just, and the whole time, and you aren't even realizing how much he's putting you on blast. Does anybody understand this conversation? He was that good. And I'm going to give you an example. One time when I sat down, just give you an example. When he started, he was his apartment was 400 square feet. Wow. 2 years into the business, the company started in 1993. I met him in 95. I got a chance to spend a Christmas with him in 96. He had kicked all the other RVPs out. I had just hit RVP. And he sat down with me, and my phone was blowing up. I've shared this with a few of my leaders before. My phone was blowing up. And it was just like, I mean, I was in production. I had business going. I was at the top of my game. And he looked at me and he's like, your phone just keeps going off. And I was like, yeah. I'm like thinking I'm impressing him, right? He's like, yeah, I got going on. Got all this business going on. And he looked at me and he said, Byron, have you seen my phone go off at all? And I looked at him and said, No. He said, I work with somebody for 90 days. If they make it 90 days. If they make it 90 days. And after 90 days, they never call me unless they want their comma to move. That means they have no less than 50 people in a room for me to show up locally and 200 abroad, meaning in any other state. He said, I trained them from start to finish in 90 days. We create a team coordinator in 90 days or less. That's why you see Larry Raskin's piece on there that I have been looking at called Larry Raskin's 90-day process. Does everybody follow me on this so far? And he said, in 90 days, they're a TC. They know everything they need to know, everything else. Now they're a leader. They can build their own business. Nobody gets TC without knowing how to put 25 IBOs in business qualified at the end of 90 days. And that was amazing to me because I was like, he said, they don't dare call me after 90 days. I was like, huh? I was like, so you don't, he said, we have an accountability call once every week. The only conversation is, Queen, how many trainers are going into your system? How many customers are going into your business? And how many people got qualified this week? That's our only conversation. That's our only conversation. He said, we have an accountability once a week. If I have to give them a call, they know they are not gonna love the conversation if I have to pick up the phone. They see my number on the phone, anytime other than an accountability call, they know they're screwing up somewhere. Because if I have to go in and repair in that organization, what you're telling me is you aren't the leader I need to work with. I'm about to eliminate you, cut you off, and bring somebody underneath you. And he was a mental beast. He didn't smile that much. His conversation was very mundane, but the content was so ridiculous that I was just mentally in awe. When I went to visit him, and he shared with me and showed me a picture of his apartment when he first started in the business, it was 400 square feet. The house that I was at, his closet was 400 square feet. That was 2 years later. So everybody follow me on that so far? So not only was his apartment, or his closet 200 square feet, or 400 square feet, he had an elevator that was ridiculous. He had one of those, Beverly Hillbillies. You guys remember that? You might remember that. I'm dating myself. Yes. So he had a driveway that was so long, and he lived in Michigan. And it was the first time I had ever been exposed. If you've ever been to a winter in Michigan, the only thing that could be worse is probably Chicago. I mean, because you got New York, Chicago, and Michigan, and Buffalo. Those are probably the 4 worst. Are you guys with me on that so far? Yeah. And he was up there right by Canada. So it was even, and he had a heated driveway. Okay. I had never in my life heard of a heated, I've heard of a heated bedroom, a heated bed, heated floor, heated ceilings. I had never heard of a heated, because everything else was this pile of high snow, and his whole driveway was completely clean. I was like, how do you do that? It's a heated driveway. So I don't need to tell you no more else about the house. In 2 years, this was 3rd year in, he had bought, anybody knows, I don't know if anybody knows about, I know people here know about money, but as minorities, I'll say minorities, because I was a little ignorant. I didn't know how much a derby horse costs that wins a derby. Yeah. Anybody follow me on this so far? Mm-hmm. It's a mint. Yeah. He had bought 3 blue ribbon derby horses. He had his own humidor, which was about the size of from this pillar to this wall to this wall. That was his humidor, not the box, the room. He had bought his own cigar factory. His last name is Taub, T-A-U-B. He had Taubian cigars. I still got it at the house. I saved one. It's flaking and everything. I never went to throw it away. He had created his own cigar company called Taubian that he had bought down in Ecuador. He had made a deal and a pact with Disney's family, the heir, and bought all of their original work for his children. So the playroom was all Disney's original stuff. Is anybody getting this picture? Yeah. This was all done in less than 3 years. Wow. In ACN, when we just had long distance. So I want to share with you the last piece of this is he had hit regional vice president in 9 months. And some of you older have heard this. He hit in 9 months. At 2-year mark, there was 9 RVPs in his business, including him and Larry. So he didn't hit RVP in 2 years. He had created another 8. What's scary about that is 5 of them were on his front line. Oh, jeez. He didn't tap them looking for them. They sponsored them, developed them, grew them organically, homegrown leaders, and broke them. So what I vision and what I'm doing is not hypothetical or a wish or I'm hoping. It's just finding 5 to 7 people in here who want to create history and 25 people who want to change their lives. Because I've already been able to duplicate half of what they did. Now I want to complete the other half. Does everybody follow me on that so far? So I want you to hear an original conversation. I may pause it and part it so you truly understand the impact of some of the information that's being shared here. But I want you guys to get, this is his conversation I'm going.
To help us build our own businesses. Again, without any further ado, I'm introduce Stuart Chow. Please take note and give them your undivided attention. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. Hi, everybody. Rich, it's a pleasure to be on the call. And as Rich mentioned, he and I really hit it off in Baltimore. We got together. I know that all of you listening tonight are all real focused on the business. I'm sure that most of you were in Baltimore. It was an absolutely outstanding event. And, you know, Larry and I have developed a real kinship to Rich. And first of all, we respect all of your efforts to help get him into the #1 online coordinator producer for the last quarter every month. And, you know, when we just started talking, I have a lot of things that Larry and I have some philosophies and concepts about building this business that we share, you know, on inside circles with, you know, things that we really don't get into much on stage in front of the masses of people. But we do a lot of these leadership training calls with our key individuals. And as Rich mentioned, we now have a total of 8 RVPs in our group, and May 1st was our 2nd year anniversary. So not only did we go RVP, each of us individually, but we brought a lot of other people to the table with us. And we're currently positioned right now where we're going to have minimum of 10 to 15 more RVPs right by the end of the year. So, and that's really the key to this business. And for those of you who heard me on stage, you know, I make a few comments and I make a couple of statements, but I don't know that people truly understand the power of what I'm saying on stage. And what I say is that you can achieve success in this business through your willingness to do for other people what most people aren't. In other words, what are you as leaders? What are you as individuals willing to do to help other people grow unselfishly?
You want to write that down.
That you want to have. And that's the whole premise and the whole key behind network marketing, the industry that we're in.
I'm going to rewind that so you hear that and understand what you just said.
Kind of mapped out his game plan. I teach the industry that we're in. So, to do for other people. 15 more are being right by the end of the year. So, and that's really the key to this business. And for those of you who heard me on stage, you know, I make a few comments and I make a couple of statements, but I don't know that people truly understand the power of what I'm saying on stage. And what I say is that you can achieve success in this business through your willingness to do for other people what most people aren't. In other words, what are you as leaders? What are you as individuals willing to do to help other people grow unselfishly to achieve everything that you want to have? And that's the whole premise and the whole key behind network marketing, the industry that we're in. And speaking with Rich, you know, we kind of mapped out his game plan. I've been coaching Rich the last week, but basically on, you know, the way I would coach any of the people that Larry and I work with in terms of what he needs to do to go to RVP. But more importantly, on getting Rich to RVP, it's getting all of you to RVP. And the 23 people, the 20 people that we have listening into the call this evening were hand selected by Rich. I mean, he feels that each of you listening to me tonight are fine people, committed, focused, and dedicated to going on RVP. And it's important that we help coach you on what you need to do to make your dreams a reality. You heard me on stage. One of the things I say is a lot of people live vicariously through the success of others, and they never really stake a claim in their own success. And this call is I call it a reality check. I call it a leadership call. It's really designed to help you focus in and zero in on what each of you need to be doing to drive yourself to RVP. One of the biggest mistakes, most commonly made in this business, not just ATM, but in network marketing in general, because we have positions, because we qualify for positions based on other people's achievements, we always stay like a step ahead of people by helping them reach a smaller plateau than ourselves. For example, in order to become a regional vice president, you have to have 5 field coordinators. Okay, and a lot of times when people get into this business and they're on their quest to go RVP, inviting their people to go to your coordinator so that they can get to RVP. It's a very natural progression. And all of you on the phone tonight, in my conversations with Rich, we wanted to caution you because it's really important. One of the things that Larry and I do that you have to understand is that when a person acts up, when we allow, listen to this word, when we allow people to be sponsored by us, when we select who we're going to work with, the only reason we've selected to work with them, the only reason we've allowed them to sign an app underneath is because I know that this person has results in RVP. And from the day they start, their focus is RVP. And what does it take to be an RVP? Well, the first thing is a complete understanding of the compensation plan. Most people, because it's the way we run briefings, only understand what I refer to as the front end of the marketing plan, the 90, the 60, the 90, and the 35, the front end of the marketing plan. Most people don't know, and there are even RVPs in the company that, believe it or not, that I had to teach the back end of the marketing plan to. 80%, listen to this very carefully, 80% of the cash bonuses that Larry and I receive on a weekly basis are from the back end of the marketing plan. 80%.
Now, why that's important is because those that are new don't really understand, and those who've been around for a minute are just going to understand. The marketing is in structure identical to the marketing plan that he's talking about. So there's thousands of people that will not understand how they're getting paid, which is why I want you guys to go and study the compensation plan. They just shifted for like the last 3, 4, 5 years. We had one marketing plan. It just changed in the last 30 days. So it's new to even all the seasoned leaders that are in the business. Does everybody follow me on that so far? But even underneath the old plan, people didn't understand the marketing plan because they didn't take the time to study it. Now it's structured the same way. So you'll know that you can make $30 here if this person comes in, $50. But what he's sharing is the same thing that's about to happen right now. 80% of money that you will make in this business is on the back end of the marketing plan, which means you have to study this marketing plan to understand. What do I mean by that? That means that there's another, so if you sponsor me and you get me qualified, the way the business works, it's called a CAB. A CAB stands for Customer Acquisition Bonus. The most important word in that is bonus. So the company pays you a bonus, something extra, in order to raise your belief system. That's why it's extra, a bonus, right? So no money moves to the marketing plan unless customers are acquired. Okay? If ever you look at a business and there's no product or service being marketed, that's an illegal pyramid. So she comes in, Bridget comes into the business, no money's paid out just because she came into the business. 20 people come in, no money's paid out. She acquires 3 services. We've talked about in my checklist, get qualified. So once she acquires 3 services, she's now qualified. The company, out of good faith, is going to pay you a bonus for her getting qualified, which is why it's critical that we get people qualified in their 21st 24 hours. Now, because you just got started and you sponsored her, if she doesn't get qualified, she's like, well, I'm sleeping tonight. Oh, you know, let's get together Sunday. Let's get together Thursday and we'll get it out of the way. People don't understand. You have 30 days to get qualified, right? So you just started today. I have 30 days as a leader to get you qualified. Does everybody follow me on this so far? They give you 30 days. Well, what happens if I don't qualify in 30 days? The bonus money goes out the window. You leave money on the table. There's no money paid out. The bonus is a bonus for you getting qualified in 30 days. But if you pay $5 for a burger, do you want to eat in 30 days for today? You want to eat today. So if you sponsor me today and I got qualified with 3 services, next week a bonus is paid out to you. Now, what's going to raise your belief system is going to be you getting a check. The faster you get a check, the faster your belief system goes up. Is everybody understanding this conversation? Okay? What you don't understand is if you're the leader and I come in and I don't get qualified, one person not getting qualified is the difference of someone like me getting $20,000 and $30,000. One person can change an entire comma as you go higher up. because the leaders have not one person coming in, but I got hundreds coming in. So if I got right here 30 people that all brought in one person or two people, and one of them didn't get qualified, guess how much money I lost? You see what I'm saying? But because that revenue person doesn't understand the urgency, and well, it's just one person, well, it's only $30. No, that's 30,000.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to be here with me on this side, you start there, not when you get here. And in the back end of the marketing plan, there's a whole lot of money on the back end that as you start to go, if you're serious about being a team coordinator, where there's money, as Mama just said, if you know where all your money is coming from, you don't have it. The blessing of this business, you got money coming in and you don't know where it's coming from. If you build it right. So that's what he's sharing is, when you go to understand and study the compensation plan, you'll understand the money that's coming in off of you developing other leaders quickly. Does that make sense? Did that help everybody?
Yes.
Excellent.
Could I say this question?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm being qualified. That means you have to bring in like a certain service that you said.
Any of the services.
Your phone
3 local
bill,
long distance, 3 cell phone customers, 3 gas customers, whatever. You need at least 3 services plus your business assistant. That's going to qualify.
your business assistant.
What I showed you, that back office, which is $39.99 a month just to maintain and monitor your business. They actually give you points for that. Okay? Everybody got it?
So, you know, we are very goal-oriented, we're very meticulous in the way that we go about developing our business. We have an absolute game plan and a strategy. We know exactly where we're working, who we're working with, and why we're working with them, because we've met the criteria that we outlined and that we set. So the first thing that every single one of you must understand inside and out is the back end of the marketing plan. You understand the 90 for the field trainer, 60, 90, and 35. That equals $275 you have on the front end. The back end of the marketing plan has an additional $130 because the company, for a qualified field trainer, for every field trainer qualifies, ACM will pay out up to $405 on every qualified field trainer that enters the program. And you have.
It's to what? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
Identify where that how that $130 is paid out, so that you can structure a business plan so that will reward you and compensate you for working in different groups. So that's step one.
Is that better?
Step two is understanding the most important thing.
Is that better?
In this business, you know, is getting paid. I mean, that's why people are involved in it, most of it. I can speak for myself primarily. We're in this business to get paid. And how we get paid is through helping new reps qualify, helping new reps get their fixed customers. And there's nothing that ruins my day more than a forfeiture. And from what I understand, the company's averaging somewhere between 10 and 15% forfeiture. And we're really pleased with the fact.
So write down forfeitures. That's when a person does not get qualified, they forfeit the money. So the one thing that's going to drive your organization is a person. Once you understand the marketing plan, you need at least, for those that are brand new, you need at least 20 services to max out the comp plan. So when she said that you go 1 to 10%, so you acquire customers, you're going to get 1 to 10% on the customers you acquire, right? You're going to actually, well, that's going to grow, right? So the first way you get paid, look at the 1 through 10 there. You're actually going to get 1 to 10%. You see that right there in box 5? So how do I get the 10%? The 10% is predicated, it's a sliding scale. So long as you get 20 services or more, you get the full 10%. So I never talk about the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 services. I only talk about the 10% because you should not have anything less than 20 services anyway. If you go through my services, in one of my houses, I have 3 phones: local, long distance, regular home line, 1 for business, 1 facsimile. Is everybody with me on that so far? Okay. Are you signing up with Cheryl? Are you putting a check next to your name, or are you just leaving? Okay, we'll talk. Everybody got me? Yes?
Yeah.
Yes? So I have my home line, my fax line, my business line. That's 3 customers. I have 3 cell phones, one for me, my son, and my assistant. That's 6 customers. I have internet, no longer counts. Let's just deal with the home security. That's a 7th customer. So my cable, that's an 8th customer. So to get 20 services is really only about 3 or 4 households. To get qualified, you only need 3 services. Off of myself, I have 8 services just right off of what I just shared with you. So to have 20 services, you want to write down, never let your minimums be your maximums. Never let your minimums be your maximums. 20 services allows you to get the full 10%. But watch this. If you have 20 services and one of them falls off, let's just say I signed up Queen on one of my 20 services, one of her home lines, and then she moves and she didn't tell me a year later. Now I went from 20 services to 19. Everybody with me on that so far? My personal residual goes from 10% down to 5% off that one customer.
Right.
That's why you want to make sure you have over 20 services, because that one customer will cut your entire residual in half off of just your personal residual, which is why we teach you, if you want a huge residual check, you should just get 50 services in order to set the example, because don't you want a huge residual check? So that's why I say get 50 yeses. Don't stop at 20. So right now we have a competition in Chicago as well as in New York, where it's like we have a whole 100-point club. We have literally, it's like who can get to 100 points the fastest, who can get to about 50 services the fastest. And we have about 30 people that are in Chicago, and we have 20 in New York, and they're getting them like that. Where here, I don't think there's anybody that has 50 services yet in Los Angeles, and you have me here for the 6 months. So you have the greatest training and lesson, and I'm here, and they have nobody, and they've already created their 50 customer club. So that's what this is starting in these next 40 days, is who wants to be in the 50 customer club, because those are the ones in which I'm going to reward with extra. Does that make sense to everybody? Excellent.
Well, we're happy, we're not satisfied, but we're happy with the fact that our group, in general, across the country, right now is averaging about 6% for pictures. And each one of you need to understand that everything that you do, every three-way call, every PDR, every weekly meeting that you're doing, that you're driving people to, you know, is ultimately to get paid. So when people act up, someone's dropping the ball. And you, as leaders, have got to absolutely monitor your business. You have got to know who's coming into your group, where they're coming from, and when they're getting qualified by. Larry and I, when we were driving to RBT, we were pulling out these taxes every 2 days because we wanted to see who are the new apps that hit and when they get qualified. Who are the new apps that hit when they get qualified. And we were able to steer and drive our line through monitoring and really having a strong overview of our business. I mean, we didn't get to where we are by accident. I mean, yeah, we got, timing, we're blessed, but, we worked at it, and we developed a plan, and we worked our plan, period. And we remained focused, and we monitored and drove our business. And that's one of the things that a lot of people don't do. It's amazing to me. We have a lot of folks that come from a lot of varied backgrounds, very successful. We have some corporate types in our business that ran $100 million companies. We have other entrepreneurs that ran, their own 10, 20, $30 million companies. We had, a lot of people with a lot of tremendous organizational skills. But it seems like when they get into network marketing, because the perception is a very unstructured environment, they take a shotgun approach, and they just start throwing it against the wall and hope some of it sticks. Well, that is no way to become a regional vice president. You may make it there in 3 or 5 years, but unless you have a target, unless you have an absolute focus, and you know exactly where you're going to be 3 months from now, and exactly which lines are going to take you to that RBC, you may never see it. You may never, ever see it. That's why, in my opinion, there's some fantastic people in this business who are unfortunate, perhaps. They've been field coordinator for 3, 4 years. And, this is a way for you to avoid that. I think it's important for me to share this, that Larry and I qualified for regional vice president when we qualified with less than 6,000 customers. We qualified for RVP with less than 6,000 customers. I know people that are field coordinators with 25,000 customers and haven't hit RVP. And if you think about it, the only requirement for RVP are 5 lines with a coordinator each line, or basically, minimum 5,000 customers. And we hit RVP with less than 6,000 customers. Now, I'm not saying this to impress you, but more importantly, to impress upon you the necessity behind monitoring your business, growing your organization.
Now, I want you guys to hear that part real quick. He hit in less than 6,000 customers. He hit with 5,238 customers. Now, what does that mean to every one of you in here? Let's play the numbers game. Today, and I've been sharing this recently from the national all the way around the country. When I came into the business to be a team coordinator, you needed 1,000 customers. You needed 3 lines with 200 customers in each one. Is everybody with me on this picture? So I sponsored her. Underneath her, she would have to have 200 customers. So she could personally go out today and sign up 50 customers, and each customer have 4 services, because we have a lot of services, right? So she could sign up the phone, the cell, the gas, and a home security, 4 services for 50 people, and she would have 200 customers. She may have done a PBR and had 20 people come into her organization, and each of her 10 people all acquired 10 customers. This leg now has 200 customers. He got good at one-on-ones, and he had 40 people come into his organization. 40 people that came in that all acquired maybe 10 to 15 services. Does everybody follow me on that so far? Even 5. He has 40 people in his group. This leg has over 200 customers. Once you have 3 legs, because every time you sponsor someone, it's a leg. So once you have 3 legs with 200 customers, and in your entire organization, you have 1,000, now you're a team coordinator. Mind you, when I started in the business, you only had 1 service, which was long distance. Does everybody follow me on that so far? So not only did you have to have 200, 200, 200, but another, so you needed a total of 1,000 to be a team coordinator. At that time, you needed 5 legs with 1,000 each to be a team coordinator. So he had exactly 5,238. Do you know how hard it is to hit a position with 5,000 customers within only 200 to 300 customers out of whack? That's called the most accurate, precision-oriented, like, surgery you could ever do in business. Because you have no control. If you sponsor me and I bring in 20 people, and one of those people, Dr. Glenn, brings in 20 people, and Dr. Maxey brings in 20 people, 1 leg, that's why there's team coordinators. He said they have 25,000 customers and they're still a team coordinator because they didn't know how to drive the other lines. They built 5 lines, almost precision oriented, exactly when. They knew exactly when they were going to show up and complete each of those lines, almost to the nth degree. Now, back then, you needed a total of 5,000 customers. Today, you need 200. So those that are brand new, points you can write down. If you're brand new, you guys, I want you to write down. Points are equivalent to services, or synonymous. Points are synonymous to services. So watch. If you acquire a local long distance fax machine, that's 3 points. Everybody with me on that so far? So each service has a point value to it. Everybody with me on that? Just like playing basketball, 3-point shot, layup, 2 points, free throw, 1 point. Each service has a point value to it. Where back then, there were no point values. We had to get 1,000 customers. Today, you only need 600 points to be a team coordinator. The average service is at least 2 to 3 points. So you really only need 150 points of services. You don't need 1,000, you only need 600, 203 legs. And it's not services, it's points. So now you only really need 150 times 3. So today you only need really 150, 300, 450, right? So if we did it on the worst case scenario, which each service is worth 2 points. So you need 100, 100, and 100. So you really only need 300 customers versus when I had to go team coordinator, you needed 1,000. And today you only need 4 team coordinators. Back then you needed 5. So back then you needed 5,000 customers. And if a team coordinator is worth 300 customers, right? 300 customers. So you only need 4. 3 times 4 is 12. So today you only need 1,200 customers to become an RVP versus 5,000 when I came in.
Hello.
Is anybody seeing this contrast here? You only need 1,200 customers today versus 5,000 then. And he still did it in under 9 months and broke another 8 in 2 years or less. And he didn't just break 9 RVPs in 2 years or less. He had 7 of them in the top 10 of the top producers in the world. That's how powerful he was at being able to create this system of making sure everyone was focused in on RVP coming into the game. They weren't focused in on ETT, ETL. All they saw was the game starts at RVP. If that makes sense to everybody?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'm gonna share that we are gonna do this. For the leaders, you need to get with your leaders and the guests that are here. And for those who are brand new, I need you to write down my email. So you have it. It's mr.mr.byronnelson@gmail.com. mr.mr.byronnelson@gmail.com. If you're brand new and you're getting started today, I don't care whether you have the money or not, but you made a decision today, I need you to stand up so I know who you are. So if this is your first day that I'm meeting you and you're ready to play this game, excellent. If I haven't met you, I want you to stand up. Ernestine, I'm gonna count you with me so you can stand up. Don't you stand up. Okay. So, excellent. Brother, who's sponsoring you? I'm loving you. I see you so intently. Okay, yes. No, in the back. Ernestine? Yeah, I can tell you with Ernestine. Focus, brother. I love it. Okay, so I want, can I have all you guys right now? Stand up. You stand up. 559. Write down my number real quick. Excellent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Actually, you guys can sit down. 12. So I got 12. That's it. Okay, excellent. So you'll make 13. So 559-726-1200. 559-726-1200. The PIN number is 439-412#. 439-412#. And did he stand up? The brother in the green? Did he stand up? Okay, excellent. Okay, great. So 13. Okay, so I want to do a call with you guys. Patty, are you guys, does anybody go to bed really early?
No.
Can we do, you go to bed early? You do go to bed early? Okay. So,
I got a long drive back.
just this one time. Okay. So I want to do it. I just don't want to miss it. So I'm going to try and move it up 15 minutes. Let's do 11:15. I need you guys for about 20 minutes just for a conversation tonight at 11 because I want to get out of here. I want to get you guys out of here. You guys with me on that so far?
Yeah.
So 11:15 tonight, I'd like to have a conversation with you guys. Okay? 11:15. Have a pen and paper. I'm going to give you a checklist of things to do, and so that we can be in complete communication, so I can be hands-on with whoever's sponsoring you for the next 7 days to make sure you guys have massive success. I'd like to take 13 people and make sure you guys get to at least ETT, but my goal is to get you to ETL in the next 7 days. Is that okay with you guys? Okay, but I'm definitely gonna push you guys to ETT. It's gonna be communication on your guys' part to let me know if you wanna go ETL. Everybody with me on that so far? So that's step one. Second instruction. My goal is to get them to ETT in the next 7 days. And those who wanna go ETL, I'm gonna collaborate with the upline support to see how to help make that happen. I'm not here to break the position. They're gonna have to go ETL. I'm gonna give them what it takes to do that. But I do want everyone that just stood up to be ETT before the first of next, by next Sunday. Okay? So that's my end result for them. For everybody else, I want to jam and build a check. I'm going hard in the paint, so I'm going to tell you I don't have it fully formulated in my head, but I'm going to tell you this, we're going to start at 5:30 tomorrow 5:30 a.m. So, and only, I'm going to do it on a different number. And once you miss, this is a 40-day run. If you miss without communication, you will be eliminated from my communication for at least a month. So if you have to miss something and I'm in complete communication, you need to communicate back. Like he said, I normally go to bed early. That's all I need to know. That way I can actually create a different plan moving forward. If somebody else has to be at work, or if you're 7-day Adventist like Laname on Saturday, you can't be here. I can't afford to look for you. Did that make sense, everybody? And I'm not going to. I'm just going to eliminate until I get to the ones who want to build this thing like crazy. And so my goal for between now and then is that Tuesday we blow this up. I don't want to do a training on Wednesday. So we are not doing a training on Wednesday. We are not doing a training on Wednesday. We will be here on Tuesday. So we will blow this thing up on Tuesday. I'm going to go into full massive action tomorrow. You guys will all get an email about that. Everybody with me, yes?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to go into PBR mode and three-way calling and conference calling mode. We will do a training on possibly Saturday. Not a training, but a briefing and a quick start on Saturday morning. And I haven't even decided on that yet. We may do a complete PBR blitz. I'm going to collaborate with everybody to be able to wrap that up and close that out. And then potentially, they are attempting to get me to go to Atlanta on Sunday and promising me 40 people in Tavares line with my 3 girls that are there. So I'm teetering with that depending on how my health holds up, if I want to get on a plane or not. But I'm gonna be here until midnight on Saturday, which is the end of this month, and get everybody in here paid that wants to get paid. Everybody on that same page?
Yes.
Beautiful. So the new people at 11:15 tonight, and everybody else, we're gonna go at 5:30 tomorrow morning. My calls in the morning, I'm gonna hold to 30 minutes. I'm gonna hold to 30 minutes. I'm saying 5:30. I don't know if it's going to make a difference 5:30 to 6 for some of you, because those that have to be up early and out are already up and out. Yes or yes? 5:30 better. 5:30 better than 6?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Some people gotta work.
5:30. So all my calls this week, I'm probably going to do this at 5:30. And I'm not going to commit to doing it maybe 4 days, but I'm doing it in 30-minute modules. So they aren't going to be like my normal hour and 15 minutes. It's going to be 30-minute modules. The first one is going to be on recruiting. Actually, the first one's going to be on PBRs. The second one's going to be on recruiting. Third one's going to be on customer. You don't have to write this down. I'm thinking off the top of my head. But I'm doing every day. It's going to be a different module. Customer acquisition, PBR, recruiting, tap room. Yes.
But the new people can go.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do a whole conversation with them. And everybody else, you guys are welcome to plug in. I just need to know that my new people are on there. So I'm gonna be. I can see who's on there. I'm going to text to make sure they have the information as well. So, but yeah, everybody that's in this room is able to plug in 100. I'm in the paint. The last thing I'm going to share with you guys, for those that are new, especially for those that are new, I'm crazy. I need you guys to know that up front, because it can be overwhelming. It can be, and I need you to know that even if you're crazy, you need to know that for your people. And I learned this really in the last year. Are you following me on this so far? What I mean by that, tell me your name, buddy. Yes, you. Isabel? That's because I know everybody. Okay. So the reason I share that is because you couldn't be in this room if you didn't have my DNA, if you weren't attracted to the same energy that I am. Does anybody agree with that conversation? There's no way you could be in here. It's a spirit thing. The thing about that, though, is you have to be cautious that as you build massively, your people aren't going to understand what we're doing. So when I tell you I have a call every day at 5:30, that I may do a call every hour on the hour, that I have another training call at 11 o'clock tomorrow night, that I have one at 11:15, we have a meeting on Saturday, an impromptu meeting that might happen on Saturday morning, that we're going to meet on Saturday night to close out. If a brand new person came into that kind of conversation, they would be toast. They would be mental, like, what the hell? I don't have time. You guys follow me on that so far. So I need you guys to understand that I'm the type of father. I know, like, right? Exactly, right? So that's why I'm explaining, because Do you have children?
Yes.
Okay, so as a parent, we want to give our kids everything we never had, right? So I have a son, and I want to give my son everything I didn't have. I didn't have an upline. I didn't have a vice president. I didn't have a founder. I didn't have nobody to help me. All this I had to figure out on my own. And because in 20 years I had to figure this out all on my own, I overgive to my family of the ones who want it and give you 1,000 things. But you don't have to go with all of them. That's why you have an amazing upline in Dr. Glenn or whoever is sponsoring you to sit down and be like, okay, I just need to understand. You may only plug in once every, like on Monday and Thursday and Saturday. You may only plug in on Tuesday or Thursday. That's why I told you the 4 C's are so critical. What is that? Coachability. Are you willing to learn? Consistency. All I need you to do is be consistent with who you are as a person. Committed. Are you committed to why you're doing this business? And communication. Look, you know what? I got class on these days. All I need is communication. That I'm not going to be there. I'm going to be there 2 out of the 6 times that you offered. And I'll be like, cool, because we're communicating. But if I go up there and I said, look, Ebony, we're going to go out to dinner. I need you to meet me in Panorama City at 7 o'clock. And it's at this restaurant. And you say, well, when are you going to be there? I'll say, I don't know. You'd be like, you want me to meet you where and what time? And you don't even know if you're going to be there? How stupid do I look? Are y'all following me on that so far? So I need to know we're committed to the same thing. Because I'm committed to the level that you want to be committed and help you understand. Like the young lady just left. She said, I just need to digest. I said, I will take the next, let's talk tonight. She said, can we go back over this tonight? I just need to understand. I'll give you 3 days, as much time as you want. I have the patience of Job. But what you got to understand is if I only made $5 an hour, nobody would be sitting in this room. So my job is that if you want to make $3,000 a month, I'm going to help you do that. If you want to make $3,000 an hour, I'm going to help you do that. So I give you, like a college, a syllabus of all the different things that we can plug into, and you may pick only 3 out of 12. And that's okay if you're brand new. Is everybody following me on that so far? But those that want to rise and make the cake rise, I need you to understand that if you want to get your MBA and do a dual program in 2 years or less, I have that available too. Did that make sense to everybody? Does that help everybody a little bit? Okay. So I need all the leaders to make the newer people know and put their mind at ease that Byron is on broil. Just come to me and I will help you through the process and help you get what you want on your terms so that it does not scare them, because my conversations throughout this week are going to be highly intense. Because I need to get some people in here paid. Is everybody with me? Yes, yes. Outstanding. I love you guys for this afternoon. Did this help anybody today? Yes, on the 559 number tomorrow morning. Same number. Oh no. Yeah, the 530. No, I said I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna change it. For after with Cheryl, after people check, I am gonna sit on another number. Okay.
Tonight?
The call tonight is on the 559 number. The call in the morning, I'm going to email and text that out this evening. I'll say that again. The call for the brand new people tonight at 11:15 is on the 559 number. The call at 5:30 in the morning is going to be on another number. Once I get the list from Cheryl tonight, I'm going to email and text that out.
Okay.
Everybody that's on Rod
Excellent. Everybody that's on Rod and Samuel team, meet over there. Can I have a little music?
Excuse me, sir, one quick question.
What again?
Can someone else, I've got a friend in Florida who is new also.
I will
Can she
wait.
also come into this?
Is she in already? Then she can actually plug in on 5:30.
At 5:30 in
Yeah,
the morning.
5:30 tomorrow morning. And she can get on the call tonight. If she's already in, yes, she can get on that.
Ladies and gentlemen, that completes our broadcast for tonight. We thank you for listening, and if you'd like to be on tonight's call, the number is 559-726-1200, and the code to get in is 439-412#. That is at 11:15 tonight. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.